Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Hi, Hepper.
I was thinking about you yesterday. I was combing, you know how there's Lincoln Scanner and Omaha Scanner. I had Des Moines Scanner up on my Twitter, and I was just seeing, okay.
See anything, John?
Any larcenies from any, fast casual.
Well, that means one of two things happened. Either it didn't happen or the person wasn't caught.
So which is it?
I got sauce, and I'm not in jail. But it was funny. I was saying this at the beginning of my show. We walked into the scene of the crime, and there was a cop car. There was two cops getting lunch. And I was like, wait a minute. Did John do this? What happened?
Why are you guys here? Hey, officer, what are
we
you
all
doing?
kind of tapped each other on the shoulder like, check it out.
Check it out. It's the cops.
What are you doing here?
Nope, we were good. Nobody cared. I got some green sauce and some red sauce. Flavor Kano and Greenade.
Are they both better? I mean, do you like them both?
I like the green one better.
Okay.
I took the green ones for myself.
How many did you come out of there with?
I think it was a pretty low yield yesterday.
So we may have guilted you a little bit.
I think only 3 or so. But,
no, what's this? Autzen says the Gary Dolphin story from Happer today was much better.
Well, we went to Gary Dolphin's bar.
Gary Dolphin's
got a bar?
Yeah, it's called Gary Dolphin's Bar.
That's incredible.
I had no idea.
I love that.
We got to remember this.
In Dubuque. And
it's in Dubuque.
It's in Dubuque, and we parked in Gary Dolphin's parking spot for Gary Dolphin's bar.
Oh, you did?
Oh, Happer, you could have gotten your car towed.
No. We just would have had a nice conversation with Gary Dolphin.
Was Gary in the bar?
He was not.
Oh.
I was kind of hoping that
4.3 stars on Google reviews.
That's a nice place.
Is it good?
It was. We sat and drank for a while.
That's fun.
And it's literally called Gary Dolphin's Bar.
Yeah, they call it Dolphs for short.
Gary Dolphin's Iron Bar.
Iron Bar?
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Oh, wait, no, is this it?
That's it.
Gary Dolphin's Iron Bar, an upscale nightclub?
I wouldn't call it a nightclub. I would
That's
call
what
it
it says on
in Dubuque.
I would call it a bar.
In Dubuque, anything that has the lights dimmed might be called.
It's like mildly upscale. Like I wouldn't call it like, it's a nice bar.
What is it comparable to here in the Omaha Metro?
That's good. I would say something like downtown. It has some outdoor like patio space. Like there's a courtyard. It's kind of closed in by buildings, brick buildings. I can show you guys a picture. Like
interesting.
It was nice. It was nice.
Okay.
Now they have all sorts of areas here, Happer. So they have Dolph's Den.
Yeah, that's inside.
Dolph's Den.
We didn't go to Dolph's Den.
They have the dugout. They have
Dolph's dugout.
The press box. They have Dolph's Corner. They have Sports Hall, and they have Courtyard.
Yeah, Courtyard.
Good grief! How big is this place?
I mean, there's a lot of space.
Wow.
We were in Courtyard because that was outside. And there was a guy playing music and he was taking requests.
Are you sure that wasn't Gary Dolphin?
That was not Gary Dolphin. It was not him. No.
Man,
he didn't show up.
I wish I knew about this. We could have asked him about this many times.
I mean,
say, hey, what's the happy hour?
The good news is we haven't talked to Gary Dolphin yet for 25 teams.
We haven't. We usually have him on twice a year. Once for 25 teams.
Ask him at his bar.
Just going to ask, hey, what's your happy hour?
Ask him if he has a parking space, his own parking space.
Have you ever showed up and seen
have
someone else?
Have you ever had anyone
and if it looks like this?
Oh, my goodness.
You got a picture of it?
Yeah,
that's great.
Sure did.
Oh,
Reserved parking for Gary Dolphin.
What do you think Gary would have done if he showed up and you were there?
There's the outside of the bar.
You know, it'd be awesome As
Dolphs.
if Connor didn't get pinched for stealing Pancheros, but did get towed for parking. In
Yeah,
Gary Dolphins
admittedly,
parking.
we were pushing it a little bit there.
I guess,
we were
yeah.
pushing the luck. So
Wow.
that would have been really funny. We were kind of hoping that he would show up just to see what would happen. You know, because I mean, it's his own spot. He probably wants his parking spot.
I would think so. I've had people towed when they parked in my spot.
You have an announcer
I've never
spot
had a
at-
spot.
No.
Oh.
When I had my own apartment, when I was living in the apartment complex, and
Oh,
every
yes.
apartment had an
That's
assigned
the
spot.
worst.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah, yeah.
I bet that felt so good to get those people towed.
Well, number one, it pissed me off because then I'm parking out in the middle of the street,
Right.
Yeah, you don't want that.
and so I'm waiting. And the one time I did it twice. The last time I did it, it was the night before the state basketball tournament. So I had been at state basketball all day Friday, scouting teams, and I was getting ready to do the games on Saturday.
And you get back in someone's
And I get back
spot.
and someone's in my parking spot.
Oh, horrible.
And so I was in a mood. I was like, okay, no, this ain't happening. So I called
Trigger John.
and
I'd be
and
so
the-
triggered.
and the next morning I had a note on my truck
You're a dead man.
from some
Going to murder
some
you.
woman saying I couldn't afford to get my car out of, impound or whatever, and you could have been nice and just let
And
it go.
what,
or
got it
something
knocked
like that.
around on every apartment?
Yeah, and I just crumpled it up and threw it away. It's
Nice.
Like,
kiss
yes,
my-
John.
like, kiss my
That
ass.
pisses me off. It's like, you could have been nice, not said anything. Well, you could have not
Not parked
in
in
my
my
You could have
spot.
parked in the damn street where you're supposed
Yeah,
to.
you could have walked the extra 50 feet or whatever it was.
Yeah.
You know?
Now I want to go back to my.
You want me to? It's my spot. I pay for this.
I want to go back to my confusion for a moment at John not having a spot at CHI. Do you think we could reach out to Marcus Blossom and see if the
Yes.
broadcaster for more than a decade
Yes.
could get a spot at the
Because sometimes
arena?
John gets there. I mean, sometimes there's
Late?
stuff going on, and maybe he has to park in like the second lot.
Well,
back
sometimes
there.
the game is at 7 and we do the show live until 6, and so he doesn't get down there
And
in time.
And I tell you what, it gets cold walking out.
it does. It's really cold down there because you're right next to the river,
Uh-huh.
and so you get
Wind.
Does Greg McDermott have like an indoor parking spot?
He does.
He does.
He does.
That's awesome.
He goes inside the
Oh, like,
garage.
okay,
gets-
I was saying, like in the
yeah.
garage.
Him and Father Hendrickson, they go in the garage.
Time to add a third person, John Bishop.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is room.
There we go.
John, you should push for that.
All the
I'm not gonna-
highlights,
I'm not
the
gonna
air
push
in
for
the
that.
arena have your voice going, ah!
That's great.
You
point.
deserve a spot, John.
Get John a parking spot 2025
Yeah, or 2026.
and 2026.
Well, now the difference is
Marcus,
Dolph bought the bar. I don't own the CHI.
Why
You
don't you
basically
just
do.
So
buy
I guess
the CHI?
basically I need to open a bar.
Just buy the CHI.
buy a bar inside the CHI.
Ooh.
Can I open a bar in the new unnecessary expansion?
Bishop's Bar.
You know,
Yes.
because every convention in the history of the world is now going to come to Omaha because we have
Oh, I
this,
forgot that
we
you
have
were
this
triggered by
much
this.
bigger
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
They need
John's
more-
I should
bar.
have a
Boat
I should have a
convention.
bar in there.
John's bar, and then you can get your parking
And I
spot.
get a parking spot.
No whiskey allowed at
And you will-
John's Bar?
You will never go to
Oh,
John's
no,
bar.
no. I'll be happy to sell whiskey. I won't drink any of it.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
What's the theme?
I'll charge you more than the Memorial Stadium's charging for Mick Ultra.
Oh, yeah, congrats to me.
Well,
I said
No,
12.
You
Well,
and Austin
okay.
were both right.
actually, Austin's right too because the Mick Ultras are 12, the Bud Lights are 11.
Mm-hmm.
And here's my question:
That's weird.
You're paying $1 more for less beer.
Less beer, what?
It's less beer.
Is it because they think that they have more?
Saying it's smaller?
No, it's the same size, but what's the catch behind the Mick Ultra? It's got less carbs. It's basically less beer. It's more watered down.
Do you think that
So you're
they
paying
think
more for less.
that
Well,
their clientele is more inclined to get Michelob, which is why they jacked the price
Oh, of
up?
course.
Of
John,
that?
you can't think of like everything like that, though. It'd be like going to a store and saying these chips have more calories than this banana or something like. You don't view things.
Well,
Nobody views things that
but
way.
chips and a banana aren't the same.
It's just
beer and
demand,
beer.
right? Like people want
Yeah,
more
they want
Michelob
Mick
Ultras.
If you're
Yeah.
paying for the price, and it's ultra.
I have a take, and John will be gone on Thursday, so I'm just going to get it out right now. I don't care about the price of concessions
Me neither.
at football
Why
games.
did that keep happening? I'm so glad I missed that. on
Josh
Friday.
is not here for the people.
No, I don't understand the obsession with, whoa, the thing at the sporting event is more money than if I went to the store. Like, John, do you take pictures of popcorn prices at movie
Josh,
theaters?
you are cooking right
I
I
think
don't understand this.
Keep going.
Sean Callahan, Sean, no offense. Your obsession with the cost of things at games is infuriating.
Keep
I
going.
don't care.
Yes, Josh.
Stop tweeting photos.
I'm sorry,
Nobody
but
cares.
You guys are wrong.
I
Why
think-
does
no.
this matter?
I
well,
think-
it matters because it's new. It's not like Sean's going there every game. And
I don't
taking
know.
pictures.
It keeps happening.
It does.
No,
Sean
it
goes
doesn't.
to every game. Hey, look at prices at the Big Ten game. I don't care.
But the
Why do
fans-
you care?
But the fans do.
No, they don't. They're going to buy it. Nobody
Not
cares.
necessarily.
Yes, nobody cares.
John, we were in
They
Madison
do-
Square
they do
Garden.
care. You can't say nobody cares.
When
Nobody
we
cares.
were in Madison Square
You're
Garden,
wrong.
we talked about it, right? The prices of
Yeah.
the stuff at Madison Square
Yeah.
Garden. You didn't see us going around taking pictures of what stuff costs at Madison
Seriously.
Square
Well,
Garden.
but I reported it.
If you
when
want
I
a
paid
beer,
for a beer.
if you want a beer at a game, you are going and saying, "I know what I'm going to spend a lot of money."
Yeah.
It would have to be $3 for me to actually be like, "Whoa, it's only $3."
It's going to be in the neighborhood of $10 to $17 to get a beer
Every
And
time.
I've accepted this
Yeah.
fate.
The infatuation that this state has with the cost of
I don't think
Okay,
it's just
okay, no,
this
no, no,
state.
no,
I
no,
think
no,
it's
no.
a
Yeah.
people
it's
thing.
John and Sean.
No, it's not.
You guys should have a podcast.
John and John.
I think it's mostly.
I think you're completely off base on this.
I think
No.
the reason it's so frequent is because these over somebody like John's lifetime, they saw prices just jump
That's
up
not what it
so
is.
fast.
That's not what it is.
And now,
That's
if you want to
part
go
of
out
it.
to an event like a baseball game, you have to
But-
spend.
But the
Like,
unique,
that's
you're bringing-
life. That's life.
but the uniqueness of this was the first time. So the picture was really more of, hey, here's what it looks like.
It
Beers in the
wasn't
stadium.
because they sold beer for the Garth Brooks concert, and everyone had to go through and take a picture of how much the beer cost during the Garth Brooks concert too. It just
So tired.
every time it just keeps on happening. PBA, they get beer for last year's basketball
What do
games.
people do?
2
Take
years ago,
pictures.
take pictures.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Because people are curious about the cost of things. It's more expensive now to go to games than it ever was before.
Of course it is.
If you want a beer at a basketball or a football game, you're just going to buy it.
Correct.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
yeah.
sure. But
Katie says Josh is cooking right now. If people complain about prices at sporting events, stay home.
Great.
Exactly. That's my take. Don't do it. Don't buy it then. That's what I would do.
that's probably what some people are doing.
Do you
is they're
think
not
that
buying it.
are they going and they're like, I'm going to get a beer, and then they see it's $12, and they're like, oh, never mind.
No, that's
You're an
never
idiot.
happened.
If that is who you are, I do not want to be a friend
Josh,
with
you could not be more wrong if you walked out in the middle of the street with a sign that
Are you
said "Hit me"
serious?
on it.
You
No,
go
this
to
is
the
a
game.
game.
People
No,
do
I'm
care
with
about
Josh.
the price of
Yeah,
things.
of course.
I'm
People
with
do
Josh.
care
I'm
about
not-
the price of
but
things.
I don't-
How do you not think that people don't care about the price of things? They blame the presidents, whoever's in office, all the time for
Yeah.
what things cost. They put stickers on the stupid gas pumps.
Yeah.
How ignorant are you?
Do you
You
think?
might be the most ignorant person I've ever met.
Do you
You
really?
are ignorant, Josh.
Do you really-
are ignorant.
Do you really think that people go to
Josh,
the game?
Josh, you are ignorant.
John, do you really think somebody
Yes,
goes to the
people
game?
do care.
No.
but
Let me
that
finish.
doesn't mean they have to buy it.
Do you think people go to the game and say, I'm going to buy a beer, and then they see it's $12 and they say,
Some
never,
might.
that person is an imbecile.
Why are
No,
they?
you are an imbecile
That
for
person
thinking that
is
way.
No, Josh.
like a true moron.
What makes that person a moron, though?
What are they expecting? It's a sporting event. Are you serious, Nick? It'd be like if you went to a movie tonight and you're like, popcorn's $11. Yes, it's a movie theater. How do you think they pay their employees?
And
This is
some
life.
people, and believe it or not, some people don't buy it because of that.
I
But that
agree.
doesn't mean they don't go to
John,
the game.
I don't go to a movie and not buy popcorn because I just decide I don't want to spend that much money. But I'm not like,
Sure.
oh my gosh, it's $11. No, I just decide not to buy it.
What do you
that
think?
night.
Do you think people who are looking at that tweet of Sean Callahan were going, "Oh my God, it's
Yes.
$12"?
Yes. Thank you, Happer. Yes.
Fine. But
Yes.
is that
That's
going to
the
stop
point.
him from going to the game?
No, that's what KD said. I didn't say that.
Well, then I don't get what your point is.
I gave you my point.
Just because
people being
want,
stunned that a
Sean's
beer is
going to-
expensive at a
Sean's
football
going
game
to
are
the-
idiots.
Sean is going to the concession stand. They're selling beer for the first time. He takes a picture of it, and you think he's trying to make some kind of a statement.
No,
he's just showing people, here's what it
now
is.
You're applying weird logic. I never said he's trying
There's
to
no
make a
weird
statement.
logic in this, Josh.
I didn't say he's trying to make a statement. What
Then
statement
why
is
are
he
you
trying
complaining about him posting it?
Because it's stupid. That's why.
No, you just made the statement. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, I didn't have a statement to make," and then you say, "I've got a statement to make."
I didn't
Make up your
I
mind.
said Sean didn't have a statement to make. I never said that he has a statement. I think it's stupid that he does this every time.
But people want to know.
Yes, and I don't care. That's
You
what this
don't
all
care.
is.
You don't care.
Yes, and-
but you don't go to the games as a fan.
That's not what this has. You're taking what I'm saying and just putting all sorts of weird logic around
No,
everything.
I'm not, Josh. You're the one that's not making any sense.
Well, a lot of people are agreeing with me, so
And those people aren't making any sense.
I feel pretty good about this.
Of course you do.
I'm not triggered. You're triggered.
I'm triggered because I'm sitting next to an idiot.
What about him?
I'm sitting next to two idiots.
Have you got Nick on your side at least?
You got a lot of people here that are on my side.
Not really.
Not really.
Me
It's just
being
my
on
friends on
somebody's side
Twitter.
shouldn't be a punchline, Happer.
It was funny the way Josh said it. Well, you got Nick on your side.
I'm happy for you.
Congratulations.
I don't understand why this is such a bad thing that Sean put this up here. Who cares?
That's exactly.
Who cares?
No,
That's what
but
I'm
why-
saying.
but that I'm asking you, why do you care? Because you obviously do.
I think the infatuation and obsession with the price of beer at sporting events is wild.
Well, it's just
People like to compare from one place to another. to
everyone
see what it
already
is.
knows what it is.
It's beer at a
Yeah,
football game.
it's
It's
But they
expensive.
didn't know,
expensive.
but that's the point. They didn't know what it was. We literally guessed what they were.
And you were all right. I mean, you guys
Well, we
nailed
were
it.
close.
Yeah, you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, seriously, we all nailed it.
Right.
Yeah.
But why? I still don't understand why this was a bad thing that Sean did.
I'm not blaming Sean. It's John. I'm talking about collectively as a society. Are
That people care about the price of things. People literally will drive
That's
from
not
one
what
gas
this
station
is.
to the next to compare
That's not-
prices.
this is? I'm not saying if you don't want to buy beer because it's expensive that you're like a moral outrage. I'm just saying if you go to a football game and say I want a beer, and then you see that it's $12 and you say no, then like I think you're an idiot. The beer
because
is
you were
the
turned
beer
away
will
by the
always-
price of
The
something.
beer will always be expensive at a football game. That is the cost of doing business. Just
But
like
that's
the
not
pot,
the, but that's
that's
not
my
the
point. That's my point.
But that's
You're
not the point.
I am making my point, and you are not liking the point that I'm making. But my point is.
But your
it's
point doesn't make
expensive.
any sense.
It doesn't make sense that it's expensive at a sporting event.
No, it doesn't make sense that you would think that people aren't turned off by the price. Sometimes people will
course
walk
they're
in
turned
line,
off
they'll
by-
look, and they'll say, "Nope, I'm not going to do it."
Of course, they're turned off by the price.
And so when Sean
I
posts
agree with that.
and they put the money out and they put the
John,
picture
that's why I
out
only
there.
bought one beer at the Royals game because I'm not going to spend $30 on 2 beers.
Well, sure, but people
But
like to know
I
these
knew
things.
that I was going to go to the game and I was going to have a beer. The price for one would have had to be $50 for me not to get one beer because I wanted a beer at a ball game. But I wasn't like, whoa, can you believe this beer is $15? No, of course it's $15 at
I
the
think-
baseball game.
But you're expecting that people are going to know exactly what it is. Everyone's got
It's
their
a price
line.
range.
Everyone's
Capper said
got their line
10
of what they're going to spend.
$10 to $17. It's always like $10 to $17.
You assume though that people know this stuff, and they don't all know this stuff. You assume that.
Can you argue with him? I have 4 hours.
I think they know what.
Why wouldn't you know?
Yeah, I think they know. I think they know.
But
I
again,
think there's also a lot of like fake outrage with this topic because you put up
Why-
there
why
that
is
if
it
the beer is $14 and the beer is $15 and people get another excuse to say it's $14 and $15 but it's always $14 or $15
but it never used to
it
just
gives-
be $14 or $15.
but the price of everything goes up like gradually as we go. Like yes, it never used to be
Right,
because
but
it
the
didn't used to be in
inflation at these
1998.
events is bigger than anything else that we see in society.
I don't know. if
Yeah,
that's
it is.
true.
At concerts, yes, absolutely. What you're going to pay at a concert,
I don't know. I used to be able to go to a concert
for.
for $20. Now you can't go for less than 80. You know?
No, but I'm talking about the price of concessions. That any place that's a closed society, we'll call it, movie theater, sporting events, concerts, you're always going to pay more. People know that, but they do like to know what it is they're expected to pay and if that's going to be something that's going to deter them from doing it or not,
Yeah.
which was the whole thing. I didn't have a problem with Sean putting this up here. But the idea that people are weirdly obsessed about it, it's the cost of things. People are weirdly obsessed about a lot of things. They're weirdly obsessed about the price of milk. They're weirdly obsessed about the price of gas. They're weirdly obsessed about anything. So why is that different from anything else? Why is the price of a beer at a football game different from anything else?
I just think people know what it costs. Like you know what it costs. I mean, it's not going to
Maybe.
be that much different on a
Maybe.
per time basis.
Maybe.
The only Josh, you said this at the beginning, but like when it's really notable is when it's like $5.
When it's the Masters.
I'm like, whoa, that
Or
is
sure.
the Falcons.
Thank you for tweeting that.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
awesome. Yes. The Falcons games, you know how they sell like the $1, you know,
Sure.
they go viral for their concessions like every week. And then that becomes and I'm like, all right, I know what the Falcons stuff
It's
costs
cheap.
now.
I've heard. I've seen it. I've heard about it.
But I liked it the first time that happened when they were like, "Well,
But
look
no
at this
one
stuff at the
else.
Falcons game," and then it stopped being that funny and cool. Wow,
That was crazy.
It was. Your take was crazy.
Yes, me. I was the crazy one.
For
The mic was
criticizing the people.
Crazy.
I wasn't criticizing the people.
Who are you criticizing? then?
Sean.
For posting. Here we go. I'm not going back around on this.
Okay.
I'm not going back around on this.
Good idea.
I didn't think it was crazy. I thought it was crazy that it's $1 more.
I know,
for
but
less
you
beer.
guys are like on the same side with this thing.
No, I said it. I think it's crazy. It's $1 more for less beer.
Oh yeah, I didn't care about that.
Josh does not care about how much you pay for things.
Dude,
I don't.
I always say this.
I
Yeah,
don't.
I never care.
Buy the beer, don't buy the beer.
I go to the grocery store and I still buy the same stuff.
Yeah. If Happer's like, I
Yeah.
went and bought Doritos and they were $8, I'd say, okay, that like cool.
I'll figure it
Congrats.
out.
Yeah. That's your money. It's not my money. Why am I going to be obsessed with what
We make
Connor buys?
sacrifice. We make choices. We make sacrifices. What to do with our money?
I buy a bottle of bourbon. John thinks that's the stupidest purchase one could make. Like, that's fine, but I like bourbon. I like beer at a football game.
I will make the sacrifice of buying a $14 beer at a
I go-
football game because I like it.
You know what I buy at movies? I buy popcorn,
Yeah.
even though it's an asinine price.
Mhm.
But
It doesn't make actually any sense to
No,
me.
but I like
popcorn. But I
popcorn.
like it.
and I like having popcorn
Yes.
at a movie theater, so that's why I buy it.
Mhm.
Just like I like having a beer at a basketball or football or baseball.
I like
game.
buying eggs.
I do like buying eggs.
I mean, I don't like buying eggs. I like eggs.
Yes,
But guess what? You have to do to eat eggs.
Buy.
Buy eggs.
Got to buy them.
Poll
Mhm.
question.
Mm-hmm.
But this isn't about whether you can or can't buy something. It's whether you want to buy or buy something.
Correct.
Well,
Because
I don't
of
want
the price,
to.
whether or not
I don't
there
want
is a
to, but I like it
threshold-
so much.
If there is a threshold at which, no, I'm not going to buy that because it's too expensive.
Is there a limit?
Because obviously you don't have to have eggs. You don't have to have beer.
What would be the limit
For a beer,
for a beer at a baseball game? If you went up to the concession stand and they were charging you $22,
no. At this moment in time, my limit's probably $15. I do
when
15.
I went to Kaufman last year, I think the beer was like $15 or something like that.
Mhm.
But it was
gigantic beer.
It was huge, and I suddenly went from being unsteady about it to super cool with it.
But you wanted a beer at the baseball game.
I wanted a beer at the baseball game, but I wasn't expecting it to be big. Then when I saw that it was huge,
Big
I was
beers.
suddenly very fine with
Then
it.
you bought 3 of them.
Nope, I only got one
Hmm.
because I'm not going to spend that much at a baseball game just for 2 beers.
Because that's the price of one LA Night t-shirt.
That's right. I go to one major.
There you go. John Seat. Now,
That's a choice.
We don't complain about concert t-shirts being $50,
Oh, we should.
Oh,
but we should.
wait.
Where's Sean at the concert?
So he can be upset at the price of concert t-shirts, but not
again,
at the price.
it's actually
I don't-
He's using the same
now
logic.
Now I don't understand.
I want to
anything.
see Sean tweet pictures of t-shirts.
It's interesting.
Can you believe these concert shirts are $50?
You know what's interesting? Over the last,
Maybe I should start doing this. This could be my new
Good bit.
It could
Good
be.
bit.
I've been to a
That
lot
means
of.
you have to go to concerts.
You just have to go everywhere all the time.
And just take pictures of
take
everything.
pictures of what stuff costs.
I've been to a lot of shows over the last 10 years, and concert shirts have maintained the same like $40 to $60 range.
But it's a shirt.
But it's the fact that the price hasn't gone up in the last 10 years. is what
Thank
I'm
you,
saying.
bands.
Is that true? I don't know
I don't
if that's
know.
true.
Every,
It always seemed like
I'm-
$20 or $30 was the threshold. Now
Yeah.
it's 40 or
I mean,
60.
I'm using my own experience over the last 10 years of all the shows I've been to. Even I went to like 2 different shows this weekend, and same thing. It was 40 to 60.
And I went to
Those
that
kind of the
Tyler
range.
Childers thing last week, and it was $50 a t-shirt, dude. I'm like $50.
Hudson.
But I'll buy a beer for 15, but I won't buy a t-shirt for
Hell
50.
no, I ain't spending
That's just-
$50.
Which is interesting because the shirt will last you longer than the beer.
I know. I want the
will it?
I want the time. I want the
Sometimes I wonder
experience.
about those t-shirts.
Well, Nick has his shirts. They last him years, it
Yeah.
seems.
okay. Well, you've done a
I've
good
got
job.
I've got concert shirts from 10 years ago.
Hudson says Sean's concert pics would be like, can you believe Amy Grant is charging this for a shirt?
I want Amy Grant to be the next big concert in Memorial Stadium.
I went to see
Just
Lee
this.
Greenwood and he's doing this.
Greenwood. That's awesome.
Now I need to see how much a Lee Greenwood
This is
t-shirt
good stuff.
It would just
Right
say,
on.
God bless
Thanks
the
for book,
USA.
Sean. It's not in here.
I got mine.
Mine's at home.
Lee Greenwood.
You're probably going to read it because you're a reader.
I do like reading.
Interesting.
You like reading.
Lee
Books.
Greenwood t-shirt.
I always say this with
Whoa.
MLB hats, fitted hats.
Dude, they're
when
expensive.
when I was growing up, the standard it was like $20. I want to go to Lids, I'll buy a Royals
25.
hat.
It was 25
costs
that when I remember them.
$25. Then we broke the threshold of
30.
30,
It was like, whoa.
and then we broke 40.
40. It's like video games.
We're beyond 40 now. We're into 44, 45.
Riz bought a Royals hat when we were there. I think it was $45.
We're going to hit 50 soon. Video games, they used to be 50. Then they were 60. Now they're 70.
Yeah.
Some are 80.
Right.
Wow.
It, like
Yeah.
deluxe editions of, but the standard like sports game, like it used to be 40, it was 50, and now it's 70.
That's
Now,
crazy.
I don't want anybody to be shocked by this.
That's brazy.
Does a Lee Greenwood shirt.
But you can get a Lee Greenwood country music legend T-shirt that has "God Bless" and Lee Greenwood on it for $28 at
Whoa.
Walmart.
That's a great. Oh, that's just no.
Not
That's
at,
just.
the, not at the Lee Greenwood concert.
Oh, here we
Walmart
go.
basically is a Lee Greenwood. concert.
LeeGreenwood.com.
That's true.
Whoa. God Bless the USA T-shirts, $25 to $28.
Now look at that.
Bad shipping though.
But you add in concert prices, and that's probably a $50 shirt.
I mean, how much are you paying for a Lee Greenwood concert?
Well, Nick,
I mean, he shows up at any sporting event.
Never thought about going to a Lee Greenwood concert.
but if you were there,
Sorry.
how much would you pay for a shirt?
That would be pretty cool to hear him sing "God
So,
Bless the USA."
I just want to point out that I went to both a festival and a show this weekend, and I didn't buy a single T-shirt at either.
Wow,
Yeah.
someone's saving for a wedding.
Did you go to Lollapalooza?
No, I didn't go to Lollapalooza. I went to Maha.
You can get a Lee Greenwood
Maga?
doormat for $30.
A doormat.
A doormat.
That's cool.
And it has the lyrics on it. Or Lee Greenwood USA 84 crew neck sweatshirt.
How much is that?
Sweatshirt. $30.
Now,
That's
a
what you
steal.
wear on the
$30
lake.
for a sweatshirt is
Yeah.
cool. Last night, at
And by the
Go-
way, you only wear these things on the 4th of July. So
Yeah.
there's no
Well,
other time.
you're wearing a sweatshirt on the 4th of July?
If
Are
you're
you
at-
celebrating your sweet?
Well, if
If
you're in
you're on the
Alaska,
lake, if you're in
Okay,
Minnesota,
okay.
It can be a little chilly sometimes.
Mhm.
that's a really good deal for the sweatshirt. At Ghost last night, there was a
The VHS.
yes. I went to the VHS last night. They had a sweatshirt that had bat wings on the sleeves, and they wanted $130 for that.
There you go.
You can get a Lee Greenwood flag hat for $25. You can't buy 2 bears at Memorial Stadium for $25.
Isn't that disrespecting the flag, though?
It
I
is
think
a
that
flag,
breaks the flag code.
and it has LG in the blue field.
Wow, that really disrespects the flag.
But it's Lee Greenwood.
I'm going to take a knee in honor of this.
But it's Lee Greenwood, Josh.
Well, Lee Greenwood is woke.
Stibbs has pointed out multiple jokes about these Lee Greenwood items, saying
Yeah.
that they're probably made in other countries.
Mm.
The hat made
I
in
don't know,
China.
Josh. Seriously, would the God Bless the USA sheet music that's autographed be made in China?
Now, maybe not that. Maybe not that.
The autographed CD, $20.
Wow, look, Nick, you should go to one of his concerts. He gets so
Exactly,
many
you can-
items.
Yeah.
True.
And I bet the beers are only $9.
You went to a concert and a festival this weekend?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so much music.
I have one more concert on Tuesday too.
Good Lord.
I know.
And then you got the other one in a month.
It's been a stretch for me. I have discovered something about myself on Saturday.
What's that?
I can't stand at festivals anymore.
You're a sit boy?
It hurts.
They
Wow.
can't really sit at him either.
By
Are you
the-
still wearing your skate shoes?
No, I have. I call them geriatric vans now. They're vans with arch support. They're just old man vans. They're
Mm.
incredible.
Mm.
My back feels better wearing these. It's just the fact that I was standing from 2 p.m. to whenever the Pixies were done, 10, 11.
Wow. You never sat down once?
I sat down once to eat, and then I sat down once while waiting an hour for food.
Wow.
Yeah.
Always important to sit down.
I guess.
I used
the way,
to-
I
couldn't do
Stib
it.
says, wow, I'm fat as hell and I can stand on grass, Nick.
well, I don't know what to tell you,
I
Stibbs.
think you need better shoes.
My back just started to hurt
I think you
real
need better
bad.
shoes.
I don't know. These have arch support. They're like legit shoes.
Yeah, I know, but you can do better than Vans for standing all day.
I think these were made.
Okay,
for-
don't trust me. I only run.
Yeah.
well, you know
no, I
what,
don't.
Nick?
Don't trust me, Nick.
You know what? Next time.
Josh, the
next
problem is I
time-
don't want to spend money on more shoes because these are
Just say
already
that.
spent money on these.
Don't defend the shoes. Just say I'm okay.
I mean, I don't think they're bad shoes though. That's the thing. I just have a bad back. I've always had a bad back.
just triggering everybody.
Josh
today.
triggers everyone.
Happer, how can I trigger you? Before
I
you
don't
leave?
know.
Nick-
Say something mean.
Nick, here's an idea. Next time you go to one of these concerts where you're going to stand for 8 hours, buy the Lee Greenwood God Bless the USA Bible and read that
Oh.
while you're standing. It'll make you forget about the ache in your back.
Thank
Right,
you,
I
Lee
should have done
Greenwood,
that.
Jesus.
Thank you, Lee.
Should have done that.
I don't know, Josh. I don't feel like I'm gonna get triggered today.
I don't think so. The crossover's almost done.
I don't know. Trying to think of things that trigger me. I mean, a lot, but you just
Yeah.
have to find it.
Sure.
Not sure how you'd get there.
Hmm.
I feel good.
Good.
Feel good.
You'll be fine.
I got fresh sauce. I got.
And how long is this going to last you?
I'll put them on the wings at the draft party, at our fantasy draft party. So thank you,
Okay.
Pancheros.
Yeah.
And that'll probably, I might have one left over from last year, but usually we need it.
Dang, it lasts a while then.
I don't use it like a lot, mostly just on the wings at the draft party.
Hmm.
Nice.
It supplies that. Then we steal more the next year. It's great. Maybe
Well,
next
you,
year we'll
you
go back
send me
to.
the address. Maybe I'll steal you some.
We actually went to a different Pancheros this time.
Oh, you were trying to throw off the scent.
It's possible.
Damn it.
Stibbs has some ideas on ways to trigger you.
Okay, good.
I could tell you that Con Air sucks.
That doesn't trigger me. I just say you don't get it. But
Bark at Connor like a dog. Woof woof.
yeah, okay, getting there.
Basketball season's overrated.
No, that's not. That's not true. Basketball season rules.
It did seem like I may have got the gears going just a little bit.
Just kind of out of nowhere. you know. What do you have against basketball?
Nothing. I love basketball.
You do not.
I do. I like basketball. I like basketball.
You like basketball.
I like basketball.
You tolerate basketball, much
No,
like
I
the
like-
beer prices at football games.
There we go. Wow, Stibbs says college basketball is a bad sport. Nobody cares about it, and it shouldn't exist.
No, that Stibbs, you don't believe that.
Triggered.
Stibbs did it though. It wasn't you.
See, Stibbs is being all, he's all happy now because
The Mariners
the
rock.
Mariners are apparently never going to lose again.
It's weird.
It is.
My wife stayed up to watch the whole game on Friday when they did the walk-off.
Yeah.
Is that Friday night? Yeah, I woke up and she was like, yeah, they had a walk-off home run.
This is weird.
And I was been asleep.
They're getting Stibbs. Have you ever thought about the possibility they're maybe peaking too early?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
You don't want to peak in
You
August.
don't want to peak in
No,
August.
more season left.
2 more months and then still the playoffs.
And anything could happen in the playoffs.
That's right.
As Stibbs knows, watching the 2016 win Mariners.
Wow.
Yikes.
You did that?
Yeah.
2001?
Well, and they won 116 games.
Apparently, there's a reason why Riss was up all night because she was chatting with Stibbs, according to.
All right, let's settle down now.
Interesting.
Because, yeah, they're both
Josh
obsessed
is
with
triggered
They're
now.
both obsessed with baseball. Ever since we got this TV
All
setup,
those TVs.
she is obsessed every
I
day.
could never watch baseball without watching 4 baseballs.
On Friday, I was downstairs with her and she had all the baseball games on, and she could tell, I think, that I was like bored out of my mind. She was like, "Do you want to watch Mr. Robot?" And I said, "Yes."
Okay, you can have the
Robot?
small TV in the top
No,
right.
she allowed me to have the big TV.
What is Mr. Robot?
It's a television show.
Never heard of it. What is it?
It's been off the TV for a few years. It's about some hackers who
Oh.
erase all of the credit card debt.
Whoa.
And
Oh.
things go haywire.
Wow.
I
yeah,
bet.
yeah. And also the main character is seeing people. Like he's talking to people that don't exist. Just spoiler alert, kind of like Fight Club in a way.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's good. Good show. It's
Mr.
finally it's on Netflix now. I
Okay.
watched the first 2 seasons and I never got around to finishing it because I realized I'd been going through some personal things in my life during season 3 and I never got back to it. So now I'm watching it. So I watched that on the main TV. And then when I finished, she turned the baseball game on and I went to bed.
But then there was just more baseball going on the other
She was
2
watching
TVs,
baseball on the upper 2
and you guys were just sitting together
Mhm.
watching different things.
Yeah, and she was laughing because the Yankees lost. That was the night they lost to the Rays when
Yeah.
they completely
No,
biffed
Marlins.
Marlins. And she's just laughing. Ha 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 ha. I'm like, what
that
happened?
was funny.
Yeah, it
to
was-
her credit.
Yeah, it
yes.
was pretty good.
I do like it when the Yankees do bad stuff.
Clarence.
But it's not Giancarlo's fault.
And we could probably say goodbye on
fault.
this. What's this TV contraption you speak of? It sounds expensive. It's an outrage. I actually tweeted at Sean.
You know
how,
what?
let him
TVs
how
are
much-
actually cheaper.
Yeah,
TVs
TVs are hella cheap.
They're
now.
probably cheaper than a Mick Ultra.
You want a
Pretty
4K
much.
TV? Absolutely.
And you're getting more beer out of the TV. than you are
Absolutely.
from a
I'll
Mick
take
Ultra.
7 of them right now. Thank you.
I need to start taking pictures of TV prices. I can't remember the last time I walked in a store and like priced TVs.
Yeah, I
been so
think she had
long.
just bounced around on NFM and found the ones we wanted. And we are like, let's do these.
Oh, but I meant actually being physically in the store.
yeah, that sounds no thanks.
I got my TV. It's a Samsung 55 4K
Nice.
like 6 years ago for $500. That TV is incredible.
like TVs.
I love that TV.
Best purchase.
I love
Many
this
people,
TV.
by the way, have been saying Happy New Year.
I think so. It's a
Wow.
memorable
Yeah,
one.
it was a
Yeah.
crazy one day.
I can't wait to get tweets in December when people are like, remember when you guys
Why is
just
John
yelled,
so mad about
you
this?
guys just yelled at each other for 10 minutes?
And then you triggered Nick too.
Well, YouTube user might trigger Nick. 55 inches? Why so small, Nick?
Yeah, that's a
It's not
baby
the
TV.
size of the TV, it's how you use the TV.
Got it.
God, are we now in that spot where 55 inches is a small
55
TV?
to me, I thought, oh,
Yeah.
an office TV?
If you if you don't have a 70, you're
Yeah.
you're out of
Oh,
here.
is that for your bedroom?
Well, one of the 55s is in the bedroom.
Oh,
the
there
other
you go.
55 is in the living
You
room.
could use it as a computer monitor. Good idea.
Incredible.
Dude,
Oh,
hey,
bathroom
okay.
TV.
Hotels, all right? So they don't care about TVs anymore because they know that nobody watches TVs.
Right.
Who? What?
Hotels.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I'm saying
hotel TVs.
they're so bad.
The woke.
They're so bad. So we did the hotel. We had 2 adjoining rooms, right? One of the rooms has an old, it's probably 40.
Yeah.
And
Tiny.
it's sitting on a stand. It's got no capabilities. It doesn't understand
It
the
doesn't
internet.
do anything.
And the other one in my room, which had clearly been a replacement television, literally was the size of this computer model. And they did not care. And guess what? We never turned it on.
Yeah, because it's a hotel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hilarious.
Well, Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, and sorry, Stibbs, that the Mariners had to go out like that.
Oh.
I'm just preparing. Or Stibbs, congratulations. And the Broncos are 13-0.
Are the Broncos the 1 seed in the AFC West right now?
What a year for Stibbs.
It's the year of Stibbs.
The year of Stibbs.
Sorry that the Mariners lost all their players in free agency. We look forward to the winter meetings coming up in a couple weeks. They'll maybe figure some stuff out. Jerry DiPoto is now the Yankees general manager.
Don't know what that means.
That's super weird. Brian Cashman has finally been fired.
It took long enough, but we finally
I'm
did
going to
it.
ask Farron tomorrow if this is finally the year Cashman gets fired. Because every time I ask him that, he's always like, you're an idiot. No. But maybe this is the year. Maybe this is the year.
So congratulations, Stibbs. And sorry, Stibbs.
Yeah, but at least you got that ALCS appearance.
They crossover. Or did they?
Find out.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It's going to be so funny when the Mariners completely collapse and don't even make the playoffs. And this whole segment will sound ridiculous. We'll be back 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I forgot to take a picture of how much I paid for gas today.
You
Put it on
could.
Twitter.
Well, you got time, John.
I
You
do.
drive to Omaha a lot,
I
so
do.
you'll need a lot more gas.
I do a lot of price shopping when I drive. I make observations.
That's fun.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to a new week. It's week 2 of training camp.
And it's a short week for you.
It is.
You're the short week guy lately.
The king of short weeks.
Uh-huh.
Well, you know.
Must be nice, John.
Yeah, it is nice.
It will be nice for me next week.
It is
I-
nice.
I'm gonna have a couple of short weeks.
I mean, it
Look
is
at
summer.
you.
It is summer. It's the time of vacation.
Yeah, it is still summer, John.
Yeah, barely. But yes, it is still
I went
summer.
to an
it'll feel
outdoor
like it
music
later, trust
festival
me.
yesterday or Saturday. What's more summer than that?
Nothing. It's that and hot dogs.
I had hot dogs for lunch.
There you go.
Nice.
It's summer.
I had
Nice.
ramen for lunch. Fine.
I had buffalo chicken taquitos for lunch.
Ooh.
How many days in
Homemade.
a row now is this where you have some kind of buffalo sauce ingested into your system?
One.
Josh,
What? You
you're
didn't have any buffalo sauce of any kind yesterday?
None.
Not even like a dot.
None. Not one single dot of buffalo.
Hmm.
And now it's out, so I have to make more buffalo.
You're
sauce.
either gonna turn into a buffalo or a chicken if you keep eating this. stuff
Chicken's
as much as
healthy
you are.
and tasty, Nick. I
Oh,
love
buffalo
chicken.
is healthy too.
Sure.
Ever had buffalo?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Buffalo.
It's delicious.
Buffalo burgers.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious and nutritious.
Mm.
It's the Grum brought to you by Union Bank and Trust Your Money as People. Did you you shrank the graphics?
Yeah, I made it a little more streamlined and I put outlines behind them.
You do like the outlines.
Well, the
There's a lot
outline-
more space in there now for all of our squiggly lines to zip
Yeah.
across the screen.
Yeah, why not? I
Okay.
think it looks a little more. It's
I-
different.
I just noticed it. I just noticed as I looked.
Well, he just
because-
made it.
It'll also help aid us when we have other different colored backgrounds and stuff. It'll help make the stuff pop more so it doesn't blend in.
Cool.
Indeed.
Well, it is the Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. It's week 2 of training camp.
Mm.
Who showed out at the open practice?
John was there. He'll give us a full breakdown.
I was close to there.
Ah,
I wasn't there.
I was at the diaper keg, so I missed it.
25 teams. The voice of the Gophers, Mike Grimm, no relation, as we preview Minnesota.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's Nick's
And
dad.
he will be in video. My dad's name is Danny. Dan.
Danny Mike Grimm is what they call him. I remember right, Nick. Awesome. Can't wait to preview the Gophers, man.
They are an opponent and a pretty important one. Could be a swing game for both teams.
Oh, yeah, especially
This
where it falls
season.
on the sketch.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic will be along. He was at said practice, or he wasn't.
He was not at said practice.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we'll still talk to him.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't at the practice. You're still talking to me.
That's
You
true,
weren't at the
exactly.
practice.
Yeah.
I'm still talking to you.
Exact. Nick wasn't at the practice. We're still talking to him.
That's yeah. Hello.
This
Can you believe the
Sunday,
price of beer?
Oh, my gosh.
this Sunday, a new show, a new documentary from the folks who have mastered the art of Husker documentaries. I don't even think I can name them all. It seems like there's been like 24 Husker documentaries. You think about the Husker Century. You think
Those
about
are the ones I
the
always think of
Osborne
first.
one, the
Yep.
Devaney one,
Yep.
the Memorial Stadium one from was last year or 2 years ago.
What was the one about Osborne getting his 250th win? Was that like the day in the life of a Cornhusker or something like that? Do you remember that? The Oklahoma game
Yes.
in
Yes.
1997?
But I don't remember what
That was awesome.
that was a good one.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing one on John Cook. It's called The Last Ride, and we're going to talk with Gavin Felix of Nebraska Public Media that is debuting this weekend. Mitch Holtis, who is not a producer of Husker documentaries, but is a producer of the Chiefs training camp. He literally is out there producing everyone. Mahomes, you go that way. Worthy, you go that way. Chris Jones, you do that. He'll join us. Michael Severe Monday. We know He wanted us to do a post-game show on the practice.
I had that
Whoa.
sent to my group chat. That tweet from Michael. I wish there was a Big Red overreaction I could listen to
that's
on the way home.
disgusting.
The irony is the guy who would have been best to host it was the one asking for it.
That's true. He should have just done it in his car on
Michael-
the way home.
Michael,
It's a
you
great
do
idea.
videos all the time.
Oh, he could have just put
Especially
on the
one
same shirt.
big one.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Well, he'll join us in the happy hour. Which programs have the most pressure on them in 25? Someone has come up with a list. There was a collective bargaining summit that apparently happened this weekend.
Cool.
Many people were excited. And about those game-changing trades, Yanks.
Yeah, we mentioned that in the crossover.
Oh, boy.
By the way, a day in the life of Husker football, and it is
That's it.
available on the website. It's 58 minutes long.
It's a good one.
I loved this as a kid. I watched it many, many times.
That's right. It was meant. It was designed just to like. It was basically about the whole week
Tom.
of preparing. Oh, Ken Hamilton.
Look at that. Yeah, and it ends up being the 250th win for Tom Osborne.
And of course we then found out he was retiring.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it ended up being really good.
Yeah.
But look forward to the John Cook one that will debut this weekend.
Yes.
402-951-1620. That's the hotline, powered by Prairie Flower Casino. You know, we have $100 gift cards that they are giving away each week. Make sure you go to 1620thezone.com and register to win. By the way, there are other prizes that are debuting this week. I heard it on the radio this morning. Apparently, we're sending people down to Kansas City.
Kansas City.
For the Cincinnati game. Go to 1620thezone.com and find out more.
Wow, that's exciting. And $100 too. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? You get parking and $100.
And
That
a
means you
hotel
can buy
stay.
like 7 beers.
Wow.
Well, maybe 5.
And a hotel. stay.
Actually, I
hotel.
don't know that because Sean hasn't taken a picture for me. of
It'll
how the-
happen at some point. Thank you, Sean, for your photo.
You should be, we're going to be in there.
Should I do that as a
We're
bit?
going to be in there.
No, don't you put quotes.
I'm just being careful. You should sneak into the stadium and take the picture first.
Oh,
Of
hey,
what the beer
Sean,
prices are gonna be.
I'm coming for your corner. This is a good idea.
And take pictures.
This is something that I like to do.
I bet you don't
Make
even have to
fun of
sneak into the
people.
stadium because usually, you can see like inside the chain link and they got the cart sitting out there in the concourse. You can kind of see it.
Mhm.
I bet we can find
Think
out
so?
before everyone. And then we can tell everyone on their way to the stadium, hey, don't bother. It's $14.50 for a 12-ounce beer.
Hokey Skirt says, who is doing Big Red overreaction for the Cincinnati game? Everyone.
Everyone.
Well, maybe not the morning show. We don't know because they'll have to do a show in like 5 hours. So
Yeah.
We'll find out. But most of us, more than
Well, that
half of the
depends.
zone hosts
that depends.
on.
If we do get the lightning delay and it gets pushed back,
Oh, I hate your guts.
maybe it'll
I hate
maybe
you.
it'll just back right up.
I
And
hate
Big Red
you.
Overreaction actually will be the morning show.
You could do a Big Red Overreaction morning show crossover.
This is your worst idea. You are saying
It's not
the
an
worst.
idea. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
You two are saying the worst sentences that this station has ever heard.
Oh, I can say worse.
No. Like what?
Iowa beats Nebraska
Old hat.
in the
Nick.
regular season
Oh,
and
Wow.
door number 1.
Wow.
Well, if you want to tweet your bad ideas to us, you
Yeah.
can tweet them out in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620, or you can email the Grum from the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, where at Equitable we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. My email, john@1620thezone.com.
My email is josh@1620thezone.com.
I'm Nick at 1620thezone.com.
Before we go to break and bring on our next guest, Mike Grimm, the voice of Minnesota. Nick, could you explain to me?
Yes.
Nick does all the thumbnails for the
Oh,
Grum.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's the graphic.
Yeah.
And
what dumb crap is it this time, Nick?
well, the headliner on the YouTube says "What a weekend," and of
Yep.
course it's got the date, today's date, and oh look, it's Sean's picture of
Nice,
the
Nick.
concession stand.
He did that before he knew it would become a hot button topic.
I did because I know people liked it.
We have the home run car. Did you see this? Did you
Losers.
hear about
No.
this?
I love the home run car.
So when they hit a home run,
I heard it got rained out.
well, they played on Sunday, and when a team hit a home run, the car would race around the track, which
Okay.
is around the ball field with the flag says
What a
home run.
fun bit. I love that bit.
Okay.
Who's the celebrating team? I don't recognize those jerseys.
That's the Rockies. That's their new City Connects.
They
That's-
won.
That's after the walk
They had that crazy comeback the other night.
on
Ah.
Friday.
And then is that a space alien? Who's the guy in the yellow hat?
That's Lando. He wanted Hungary, but he shouldn't have. It was a really good last 5 laps.
So what's your question, John? Why was it what a weekend?
Yeah.
Well, there was just a lot
Because
of cool things
Lando
happening.
won?
No, not just because of Lando.
What a
There's
cool
a lot
weekend.
of things that happened. We have a lot of things to talk about from the weekend.
I mean, of all the
We
things,
will not talk about many of those
of
things.
all the
No,
things
we're
that
not gonna talk
happened
about
this
Formula
weekend,
One,
if that
but-
would have been your graphic, what would you have put on it?
For this weekend?
Yeah, probably
Uh,
a diaper keg.
No, wait. Is it about my life or is
No,
it
no,
about
just-
the?
I wasn't trying to make it personal to me. There was just a lot of the
It
Rockies.
seems a little personal
Oh,
to
well,
you.
the Rockies walk-off was cool regardless, right? That was really cool.
Was it?
John, they were down 9 runs in the first inning.
Thank
and
God
they
it's
came
not
back
me
to win.
triggering Nick this time. I can't stand to do it again.
Anyway, if you were doing the graphic,
it would have been something about practice. It would have been, Dylan Raiola probably. Matt Rule. I don't know. I would have just leaned into football.
Where's Dane Key sitting on the sidelines in a yellow jersey?
Mhm.
Sorry, I don't have that.
I can't believe you bullied Nick like this.
Congrats to the Rockies, by the way.
Thanks. It was an awesome game.
They
Also, I get that predictions point.
You did. You did get the point. Well, coming up next, we're going to talk to Mike Grimm and try not to trigger him like Nick Grimm.
Yes. Well, that'll be easy. No, I don't know. I accidentally trigger Nick, and I don't even mean to, by saying, have you thought about different shoes? I couldn't believe that got him. Of all the things I've said, that was the one where I was just like, I'd be like, yeah, good call.
Mustache Adam wants to know if Lando made the Kessel run in less than 12 parts.
I mean, with as fast as he was going and maintaining his tires as well as he did a one stop in Hungary, John.
All right, we got to go to break.
We're going to go to break and be back. And we're going to preview Minnesota and 25 teams and 25 grums. Happy Monday, everyone, even if we're not. 1620 The Zone.
This summer isn't just hot, it's historic. Flash flood warnings are at a 40-year high, and it's not slowing down. Towns underwater, roads washed out, and in every crisis zone, the same scene. Crowds standing in line, waiting for bottled water, waiting for someone to show up and save them. They tell you that help is on the way, but what if it's not? What if help takes days, or doesn't come at all? You think the system's built to protect you? They can barely handle one emergency, let alone dozens. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be the one caught empty-handed. And right now, My Patriot Supply is giving away 4 weeks of emergency food. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com to find out how to claim your free 4-week food supply and join millions of Americans who are preparing with My Patriot Supply. Claim your free 4-week kit today at mypatriotsupply.com. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Post Coffee is on a mission to invigorate every workplace with a blend of bold flavors and unforgettable service, creating moments with our coffee, water, and food services that spark joy, productivity, and connection. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Harrah's Council Bluffs presents Old Dominion. Saturday, August 23rd at Stir Cove. Get tickets and check out the full entertainment lineup at stircove.com. Stir Cove is an all-ages venue.
The countdown is on.
Push again. Rosemer. They push him in. But USC says no. After review, it is a touchdown. Minnesota takes the lead. It's batted and intercepted. Cody Lindenberg with the pick. A big stand for Minnesota's defense.
Oh, and it's blocked. Second block of the day. Minnesota going the other way with it. This might be a touchdown for Ethan Robinson. Robinson, 2 points the other way. It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
Well, that's a first. I don't think we've ever had the announcement of a replay review
I don't
reversal as
either.
part of the highlights of the featured team, but it's first time for everything. That was a big play last year in one of the better games of the year, and the guy who was there to call it all for the Minnesota Gopher Network, Mike Grimm, the voice of the Gophers, joins us as we preview the Minnesota Golden Gophers in 25 teams and 25 grums. Mike, how you doing today?
Hey, doing good. We're hitting that time of year now where it's every day is something new as we head to the season. So practice, Gophers have practice open for the media tomorrow, and so we'll get to go watch them.
What are the general expectations this year? This is already, doesn't seem like it, but it's already year 9 for PJ Fleck.
It's pretty interesting. I think there's a couple of things. I think everybody's expectation in the Big Ten now, I think, has to be different than it used to be. I think we found out even last year to a certain degree, it's a different league now. You got 9 league games, which that hasn't changed. You've added 4 teams from the West Coast, which adds travel, and those 4 teams are pretty good, all of them. You look at Oregon, a playoff team last year, Washington, a playoff team the year before. We'll see what happens there. UCLA seems to be a team that, when you fly out west, I don't care if the other team is good or not. That is a factor. And again, they have it the other way coming out east. They in fact more than once, right? I mean, the closest game for all those teams of the old Big Ten are you guys, right, in Nebraska, and that's a long flight every road trip they've got. But that all said, there's no divisions. Like finishing 7th in an 18-team Big Ten isn't too bad, and pretty soon when they make 16 teams into the playoffs, whenever that happens, you might finish 5th and make the playoffs, and that's going to be a good year. So I think we like 8 wins. If you're Minnesota, 8 wins should be, I'd swoop in and take that right now. First of all, you've got road games at Oregon and Ohio State, so you're probably 0-2, before that doesn't start the season, but you're not going to probably win those games. So to get to 8, you'd have to be 8-2 in the rest of them. I mean, that'd be a pretty good season. When you got Nebraska coming here, you're at Iowa, Wisconsin comes to Minnesota. So I just think expectations generally have to change. Like people who think, every Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Nebraska, all these teams, they're not all going to win 10, every year. So that's a long answer to the question. And it really didn't answer the question. What is it this year? I think if you're Minnesota, you take 8 wins right now if you could. I think the over-under is like 6.5 maybe. So, and the weird thing is we're gotten to the point where, and PJ mentioned this in the Big Ten Media Day, 8 wins has become kind of ho-hum. I mean, he's won 8 now a few times in a row. And I think that's a good sign that your fans might be bored at 8-5. He had the breakout year in 2019. They're probably due for another one of those that would really help energize everybody. And, I don't know if that'll happen this year or next. But it'd be nice to punch through. I think that's when you're in Minnesota, you got to hope that, you win 8 most years or 7, whatever. And then once every now and then you get 10, 11, something like that, contend for a playoff spot. And I don't think that's that unrealistic now in the landscape of college football.
Well, Mike, if they're going to do so, I want to start on offense, and I want to start not with the quarterback, but with Darius Taylor, because I had a chance to go to a couple games last year, and he was like one of the players on the field that absolutely popped for me. He finished just shy of 1,000 yards. He had over 100 yards rushing in each of his final 2 games, including the bowl game. He was also really good out of the backfield at catching passes, had over 300 yards. What would a good to great, if you will, 2025 season look like for the junior running back?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think he'd want to get 1,000 yards rushing. I think they'll probably count on him a little more in the ground game than they did last year. As you mentioned, he had 54 catches out of the backfield. I think that was tops in the Big Ten. I think him and Woody Marks from USC were, really in the league, the 2 best guys out of the backfield to catch passes. Now it's a different quarterback now, trying to get him the ball. So the question is, philosophically, the offense probably won't change much, but how will the quarterback view the check down to the running back? And that was a very friendly option for Max Brosner last year, because he recognized how good Darius Taylor was out of the backfield. But I think he's going to want to get 1,000 yards and more. The NFL scouts have really been, the whatever you want to call it, the analytics, the numbers, all of that. They really like this kid, Darius Taylor. And he has a chance. It's amazing to me. He's already going to be a junior, because his freshman year, he missed about half the season, but when he played, he was amazing. Last year, he played all but 1 game. He played in a couple of others, nicked up, but still had a great year. And now, it's go time for him these next 2 years. He should be 1,000+ yard rusher, be a factor out of the backfield, score double-digit touchdowns, and probably be the focal point of this offense.
Talking with the voice of the Gophers, Mike Grimm. Like a lot of other teams we've already previewed and a lot of other schools in the Big Ten, there's a young quarterback that is expected to be the future, and Drake Lindsey happens to be that person for Minnesota. Tell us what we should expect from him, and is it a foregone conclusion he will start the year?
Yeah, he'll be the starter. That's 100% certainty, barring knock on wood, some sort of an injury between now and the opener. So hopefully he gets through that. I think that's the biggest question mark, and I think it's also maybe amongst any team in the league the biggest 1-to-1 correlation to success is if he has a really good year, this team can be really good. And if he struggles like some redshirt freshmen can, then maybe it's not going to come that easy, and it could go sideways a little bit. That is, to me, the biggest question mark on the team, and I don't say that because of the skill. I think anyone who would come and watch him at practice and see his arm and see how he shapes the ball and see how he anticipates a throw, and he had a 70-yard long strike to Coy Parrish, of all people, who's going to play some offense. They had an open practice on Saturday, and he struck him on a deep ball right on target, right on time. So I think, though, and he can move. He's not going to be, mistaken for Lamar Jackson, but he is probably a little niftier than Brosmer, even though he's bigger and taller, and he can hopefully step up in the pocket and avoid a sack and extend the play. None of those things really are in question. So when I say it's the biggest question mark, to me, the biggest thing is he's taken, 10 snaps as a college football player. And when all of a sudden, your first road game, your first conference road game, I believe, is Ohio State. And then you go to Kinnick Stadium. You've also got a trip to Cal in the non-conference there. And I know that's not a hotbed of college football, but to travel out west on your first start as a young quarterback and have it be on the road on all those miles away. So how does he respond? Big Ten is pretty well known for defense, so he's going to be going up against good defenses most days. So if he handles this situation, John, and is pretty good, then I think this team has a chance to be pretty good. And I think it's pretty close because there's pieces the rest of this thing around him that if he's pretty good, the team can be pretty good.
Hey, speaking of those pieces, Mike, I was reading Bill Connolly this morning, and he wrote about the offense. He said, though this will still be a Minnesota offense for better or worse, it feels like this version might have a bit higher ceiling and lower floor than usual. I wonder if you think that that's an apt description of that side of the ball.
I think I would still wait to see. Almost everything you read, Drake Lindsey, and look, there's a lot of good quarterbacks in this league. There are also some that have, some question marks. So there's talented players, but almost every ranking that you see would have Drake Lindsey ranked near the bottom of the quarterback list in the Big Ten. If that holds out to be true, I don't know what the floor might be. On the flip side, if he turns out to be good, right? Sometimes guys just get it, right? Guys will waltz in and they can read, they can see, they understand, they limit mistakes, they hit the big play when they hit it. They check down when they should hit it. If that works, then I think the ceiling's high. I don't foresee this, though, to be some new-looking offense that they're going to, chuck the ball 35 times a night. I think, especially early in the season, they're going to see what the quarterback's about. They did that with Brosmer last year, quite frankly, at the cost of potentially, they lost the opener against North Carolina. They missed the field goal late. Had that game been 2 weeks later, they probably win that game by a touchdown or more, because by that point they realized, okay, Brosmer, he can handle the bullets here. He knows what he's doing. And so I wonder just how they'll handle the young quarterback, how much trust they'll have in him when it's 3rd and 4 and you're on a drive late at Cal and it might mean the game. Are you going to trust him to, push the ball downfield? Or are you going to hand the ball off? Or are you going to, how are you going to handle that? And how they handle that and how he responds to that, to me, is going to be the big key to this entire offense. And if he handles it well, again, they can be pretty good.
Mike Grimm, the voice of Minnesota, as we preview the Gophers in 25 teams. On defense, it's going to be a hard ask to duplicate what they did last year. They were one of the best defenses, not only in the conference, but in the country. As this camp has begun, what's the biggest question mark on that side of the ball?
Yeah, I think the cornerback position, the not quarterback, although on the offense, that, as I just said, is the biggest thing. On defense, it's the cornerbacks. Both spots are open. The 2 starters last year were very good. You heard the call there from BTN earlier. Ethan Robinson, that was one of the starters. He had the 2-point conversion return against Penn State that you heard that highlight from. He came in from Bucknell, and from day one, I mean, he was tall, a good tackler, long arms, good speed, was in the right spot most of the time. It didn't get burned much and was good. And then Justin Waldy's been a 4-year starter at Minnesota, and I think that's probably the biggest subtle loss of for Minnesota. And I think when you look at around the league, people probably overlooked that his absence. He was huge last year. He didn't get beat almost ever. He was key in that late in the game against USC on that last drive. Now, it was Coy Parrish, the first-team all-conference player, who got the game-sealing interception, but in that drive, it was Justin Wally who had a couple of huge pass breakups earlier in that drive, and he got drafted in the 3rd round, and for some reason, he was just underappreciated all the way through his career. He got drafted by the Colts in the 3rd round, and I'm not tracking Colts training camp very closely, but I did see sometime in the last couple of days he's working with the ones at cornerback as a rookie, and I don't even know who their normal people are, but one of the guys that's been around is now starting to share time with this kid, and so I think they'll miss him. So the question is, who do they got to replace him? Zaquan Bryant started 3 games last year. Wally missed 2 with injury, and he's adequate, and he's young, and I think he's fine. And then they've got a couple of transfers. The last 2 years, they have used transfers for that starting spot. 2 years ago, it was a kid out of Elon, Trey Jones. Last year, as I mentioned, it was a kid out of Bucknell. This year, they've got a kid by the last name of Bauman. He is out of North Carolina Central, another FCS. And so they've had success going to that well. And to me, he's got to be pretty good as well. But those are to me, that's the biggest question mark defensively, is the outside. They've got a glutton of talent at safety. That's going to be one of the strongest positions, frankly, of any team in the Big Ten in terms of depth and what they have to offer at the safety position.
Yeah, and Mike, going back there, I mean, you mentioned Coy Parrish a few moments ago, a tremendous freshman campaign. Like, I mean, what type of improvement are we looking at, just given you don't really expect freshmen to do what he was able to do, especially at that position?
Well, his improvement's going to come, I think, in the value that he offers the team. And in now the day and age of player efficiency and athletes and guys playing both ways now, the Heisman Trophy winner last year, of course. Now, I'm not saying he's Travis Hunter-like, but he is going to play offense. And it's not going to be like, hey, let's put him in on 3rd and 2 and run him in the Wildcat. He's going to play receiver. He's probably going to play some running back. He might play some Wildcat. And I don't think it's going to be for 3 plays. I think he'll get his fill offensively. He's still such a good athlete. He can be a return guy. He was last year, and he was a factor. He never did hit the end zone. He had a couple of long returns in a couple of different games, including one at Michigan that nearly went for a touchdown. And then 5 interceptions, amongst the best in the country, the best in the country for freshmen, first team all Big Ten as a true freshman. He reminds me not just physically, and they wear the same number. And this is high praise, so I don't want people to think that it's preposterous, but he reminds me a lot of Cooper DeJean from Iowa. Now, Cooper, of course, was a cornerback and Quay's a safety, but the way they run, their niftiness, their lateral movement, their elusiveness in the return game, I would argue that they probably, especially with some of the struggles they had on offense, they probably should have done a little bit what Minnesota's trying to do this year and run that kid some on offense, because he was a pretty good offensive player, talking about DeJean. But their games are so similar in just their athleticism. Now, is Coy Parrish going to be a first team or a first round draft pick and return a touchdown in the Super Bowl down the road? Hopefully, that'd be great. But I think that's a fair comp. I really do. I don't think it's that preposterous. And so he's going to be the straw that stirs the drink defensively. And here's a crazy stat, guys. He started just 3 games last year, in this age of sub packages and different things and situational football early in the year, because he was not an early enrollee. So he didn't get here till last June. So he's only been on campus 13 months. When you count this the first week of August. And so he only started 3 games. So he'll be assuming health, he'll be starting every game this year. And I think the impact will be felt really in all 3 phases.
I compliment your restraint. Anytime a Minnesota guy compares anyone to Cooper DeJean, I thought maybe there might be some quip about an invalid fair catch signal.
Yeah, I'm waving now. Yes.
But you didn't go there. I did. Mike Grimm, voice of the Gophers. We wrap up every segment in our previews with a little quick answer question, some rapid fire. Are you ready to go?
Yes, ready to go.
All right, hit it, Nick.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
Most important player this season.
For the Gophers, Drake Lindsay.
Player that you're most interested to see how they contribute.
Coy Parrish, to see all the different tools and gadgets they can pull out with him.
What's the minimum that this team could do this year to meet expectation?
7 wins.
The thing you love most about this year's Gophers.
I like their enthusiasm, and that's a constant usually with Fleck, but I think it's especially high this year. And I do think at places like Minnesota, you got to have that. You got to have that boyish fun, and it can carry you to play maybe higher than what your skill set can be.
The thing that worries you most about this year's team.
The outside on defense, the cornerback position, and to me the biggest concern, as I mentioned earlier, is if the redshirt freshman quarterback plays like a redshirt freshman. That could be a problem.
If you had 10 grand riding on it, what's your regular season record prediction?
7.5 and 5.5.
Percentage chance you give Minnesota of beating Nebraska in that Friday night game.
I will say, because it's in Minneapolis, I will say 57.7%.
I love the specificity.
I do too.
Just higher than a coin toss, but I mean that's obviously anybody's game. And I reserve the right to change that pick by October or whatever it will be, 10th or whatever.
Who's your pick to win the Big Ten?
I will go Ohio State as a defending champ. Now they didn't win the Big Ten, ironically last year, but I'll say the Buckeyes just because they've got the best players.
And finally, 3 teams that you would wager to win the national title this year.
Ooh, man. Now you're testing my true limits because we're only in August here. I will say Ohio State, Penn State. Are we talking only Big Ten teams? Or
no, could be anywhere. Could be anyone. Could be anyone.
Who else is good? I'll say Clemson because they've got an easy track. There you go.
This might be one of the first Clemsons.
I think they've come up once or twice otherwise.
Not as many.
You are our 11th guest, Mike, for this segment. And so, yeah, it's been a lot of Ohio State, and it's been a lot of Georgia
and Penn State have
and
been
then
around.
Texas has been coming
up. Texas has a nice payroll, that's for sure.
Indeed they do.
Mike Grimm, the voice of the Gophers. Mike, we appreciate the preview. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of the summer.
All right. Always enjoy coming on, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike Grimm joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Well, here they are, Minnesota. They are Nebraska's Week 8 opponent. Of course, that's going to be that Friday night in mid to late October. But when you look at the schedule prior to that, Minnesota's got an opportunity to get into that game at 5-1. Obviously, Ohio State, that's going to be tough. Cal on the road could be an interesting test. Rutgers, we don't know how good Rutgers is necessarily going to be this year, but that's coming off of an idle week. But I would say there is a 70% chance that Minnesota is going to be a 5-1 football team. Nebraska could also be a 5-1 football team at that point. That Friday night game could be a pretty important game, not only for those two teams, but across the country as well, if those records are true when we get there.
If these teams do what they are supposed to do, and I would say, knowing Minnesota football like I do and knowing Nebraska football like I do, it's been more likely in recent years that Minnesota does what they are more apt to do. But if they do what they're supposed to do, John, I mean, that game is very much for like the Big Ten middle class. You know, at that, maybe not at that point, they're probably going to be in the upper part of the Big Ten rankings. But that would be a game that really would help solidify the victor in being in that upper half of the league, and as still with a half season to go as a dark horse playoff team. He said it at the beginning of the conversation. They have Ohio State, they have Oregon. Both those games on the road. Iowa on the road as well. Always a tough matchup. But it's fairly manageable. I mean, kind of like how we look at Nebraska's schedule this year and say, you got Michigan, you got Penn State. Otherwise, it can be fairly manageable. And so the question is, how will they manage it? The other road game that they have in conference is Northwestern, and that will be one of the Wrigley Field games because it's so late in the season. So, I mean, look at the teams that they get at home: Rutgers, Purdue, Wisconsin, Michigan State, and of course Nebraska. It is very much a lot of winnable games in that regard, and only 3 or 4 games that have a sub 50% chance of them leaving victorious. I'm interested to see what Darius Taylor does this year. I really liked watching him play last year.
Oh, by the way, they also have Malachi Coleman.
Yes, they do.
Who received some compliments from PJ Fleck 2 weeks ago at Big Ten Media Days. And so there's a good chance we'll see him as well. We didn't really get a chance to talk to Mike about receivers. They brought in a lot of transfers, with Coleman being one of them.
Yes, they did.
But Coleman could factor in this year for Minnesota, which makes that Week 8 game even more interesting. K Ford says 6.9.
Nice.
And wins, 5.1 losses, a 64% chance of 7 wins this year for Minnesota.
Definitely should be a team that is 4-0 entering the Ohio State matchup, and then you see what happens after that. But yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like a team that should be 5-1 going into the game against Nebraska on that Friday night.
PJ Fleck is one of only 7 active coaches who have 60% win percentage and have been at the same gig for the last 9 years. Kirby Smart. I mean, this is a good company. Kirby Smart, James Franklin, Kehlani Satake, Dabo Sweeney, Kyle Whittingham, Mike Gundy, and Kirk Ferentz.
Interesting.
Those are the other coaches. So Fleck's one of them. He's done a heck of a job there. This one will be a little bit tougher. But yeah, like you said, that middle pack, USC, Nebraska, UCLA, Illinois,
Indiana.
Minnesota, Indiana. Someone's got to pop out of that group.
Yep.
Games like this are going to tell a lot about who pops out of that group. And maybe, depending on how things break, is that on that fringe of being in the playoff conversation.
And remember, since 2017, Mike Riley's last year, 6-1 are the Gophers against Nebraska. Oddly enough, their only loss was Scott Frost's first win. But they have had close wins, the COVID win, for example. They've had blowout wins, like the one that they did during the 2019 hoodie game, the 2017. That was the oh no game from Bill Moose. Like they, and then of course Matt Rule's first game, which was among the more horrifying losses in recent memory. So
there's been something significant about every Minnesota game. It seems like, or at least some kind of a, for lack of a better term, storyline that comes out of it. Hoodie gate. Oh no.
Scott Frost's first win, COVID,
the COVID disaster.
Seriously, yeah, you're right. Like 2017 is the oh no game. 2018 is Frost's first win. 2019 is the hoodie game. 2020 is the COVID loss, which for a lot of people is one. I know you are someone who's like, that game is one of the most disappointing.
That's one of the most disappointing ever.
2021, maybe not as memorable. Jock Gant tripped at the goal line, when he could have scored a touchdown.
That's right. They ran shotgun at the 1 foot line.
They lost that game by a touchdown. 2022, it was a forgettable year, so that game is forgettable. And then obviously 2023, the loss for Matt Rule. It's a team, like we talk about Iowa, we talk about Wisconsin as the ones who have owned Nebraska, but put your eyes on the Gophers because they very much have as well.
When we continue, John Cook, special biography on him coming out this weekend from Nebraska Public Media. We're going to preview that with Gavin Felix, who was one of the chief producers of that documentary. That's coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Well, for the first time in many years, Nebraska volleyball is going through a coaching transition, and the man who is leaving and has left behind a really good product is the feature of a new documentary that is debuting this Sunday at 7 o'clock across the state on Nebraska Public Media. It's called The Last Ride with John Cook, and joining us is our Director of Television and Digital Production at Nebraska Public Media, Gavin Felix, who is a big part of this project. Gavin, we appreciate you coming on here on the program.
I appreciate you guys having me.
So what was the initial thought when John Cook retired? You knew that a story was going to happen at some point. Kind of take me through the initial process of how you wanted to approach the John Cook story.
Well, so John, we originally had a different idea for a volleyball documentary that we were kind of in the early stages of, and then the end of January hits and John Cook announces his retirement, and it screeches to the halt everything that we had planned. But we still wanted to make this August deadline. So to make sure that we're telling the right story, which is John Cook retiring at this point, we really shifted gears and came up with a process that we thought was going to work, and which was really just to tell John's story. We've done multiple Nebraska volleyball documentaries at the station. Each one of them, though, focused either on the history of the program itself or the national championships that the team had just recently won, but none on this caretaker, this person who elevated not only the Nebraska volleyball program, but the sport of volleyball nationally and internationally as well. So to be able to sit down and definitively tell his story in this unique one-on-one interview with Larry Putney, it was just, everything just kind of came together extremely well for us to be able to do it and to do it in a really timely manner, so that as you kick off this next phase of Nebraska volleyball with DBK at the helm, we're looking back and we're revisiting the man who got us to this point. So it was a really exciting production to be a part of. I co-produced this alongside my partner Kylie Ossendorf at the station, and to be able to listen to John as he talks and recounts his life, I mean, it was really exciting.
So, Gavin, you have this idea and you want to talk to John Cook. Do you have contingencies if he is not wanting to do a project like this? Because I'm wondering how this thing ultimately was shaped and maybe a different path that it could have gone down.
That's very humorous, Josh. Contingency plans, as we're completely shifting from what was originally Plan A to this Plan B scenario. So, no, we really hedged our bets on trying to make sure that John was interested in sitting down and just discussing everything from his youth up to the legacy that he leaves for this sport. And we were really blessed that he said, yes, absolutely, let's do it. He had a really good relationship with Larry. They used to do the Nebraska volleyball show, which I think was its original title back in 2000 and 2001. And, you know, they had done the spring volleyball match against Kansas in late April of this year. So I think having Larry a part of the project as well, and just with his familiarity with the Nebraska volleyball program, obviously he covers that for us in our Nebraska volleyball broadcasts. That may have sweetened the pot just a little bit, but there was no contingency. I don't know what we would have done were he to have said no. So I'm grateful we didn't have to pivot.
The Director of Television and Digital Production for Nebraska Public Media, Gavin Felix, joining us here on the program. The program, I should say, is called The Last Ride with John Cook. It debuts this Sunday at 7 o'clock across the state on Nebraska Public Media. John Cook is at the same time very well known, but I don't know how well known. Obviously with other great celebrities in this state, we all knew the background of Tom Osborne and kind of what made him tick, and he was always there. With John Cook, we were familiar with him, but yet, when he started to lean into the ranching and being a cowboy, it kind of caught a lot of people off guard. He has a very unique story, doesn't he? And I know you guys did an awful lot of research on what makes him tick.
No, absolutely. I mean, being able to dig into that research and learn about this kid who grew up in Chula Vista, California. And, I think we've all kind of heard that, he had that football coaching mindset that he brought into the volleyball world. But to be able to explore that a little bit more and to really dive into this, and I'm going to try not to spoil this, but tease this. There's this amazing life-altering moment that happens before he even gets to his volleyball coaching path that I think viewers are really going to be just amazed by. That was exciting. Larry did a lot of also really good research that bled into this project. So you're going to learn a lot about who this man is beyond the conference titles, the national championships.
How important was that, Gavin? Like, you go into an interview and you have a goal, right? To learn. I think, anytime I do an interview, I want to learn something, whether it's about the subject that the person is maybe covering or about themselves. And in this case, it's going to be the latter. So what was that process like, making sure that you were going to, quote unquote, unearth some things that maybe people didn't know?
Well, yeah, for sure. And I think that's something that we try to do with every project. You want to bring something new to the table. Obviously, John's written a book. He's been a part of all three of the Nebraska volleyball programs that we've done at the station. BTN did a volleyball day in Nebraska. ESPN's 360, there's no place like Nebraska. So there's been a lot of light shed on the Nebraska volleyball program under the leadership of John Cook. But yeah, you're right. It's important to bring something new to the table. So being able to research and to do a lot of this stuff, but at the same time, looking at this as this is a sit down interview between two really familiar people that we hope gets into some really unexpected areas. But in order to do that, it's not just the hour that you're going to see on TV. The original interview was 3.5 to 4 hours. So we really, in addition to the research that we did, took an approach to, okay, this is what we think is going to make it into the show. So as Larry, you go through and build some of your questions, we need to make sure that we're hitting on some of these topics. And we need to make sure that this stuff is covered so that when we get to condensing this thing down, which was no small feat in and of itself, we have some of these amazing beats that we've not only researched, but are going to pull the audience further into the program.
Gavin, let me ask you about that condensing. I mean, that is also a process, in and of itself. Like, what was that like for you as you try to figure out what is going to make it on the, what's going to go to the cutting room floor, what's going to stay in? And I guess, did you know about the quote unquote time constraint of exactly how much time you were working with the entire project, thus, kind of thinking about it over the course of the interview?
Yeah, for sure. So when we greenlit this in early February, we knew that we probably wouldn't be able to go out to John's ranch until May or June, knowing that we also wanted to have an August release date. So we're already working under a very, very tight timeline. So that's part of where us being able to break what we think is going to be the outline of the final show comes into play and allows us to set that stage. In addition, we have two producers on this, myself and my partner Kylie, and she took the reins in not only developing a really close relationship with John to make him more comfortable as we worked our way to driving out to Wyoming, but leading the charge on that on-location shoot so that I, back at the station, can start to review transcripts as they come in and write it. It was about a week shoot, including travel. So by the time they all came back, there was a workable first draft that they immediately got to work on the Monday following. So it's this not necessarily pressure, but understanding that there's a deadline at the end of this road that we really have to hit. Every duck had to be in a row. And I think that we kind of worked our way into a place where we could knock things down as they came up to meet what is now August 10th. We're really excited to share it.
Gavin, final thing from me. We talk about, especially with great individuals, whether they be celebrities, politicians, athletes, coaches, about legacy. How much do you want this documentary and this look inside John Cook's career and life to define his legacy?
Well, so we asked Coach that in the show, and I think it's hard for me to say what I want this to speak for his legacy beyond just showcasing the man. I think, again, we get wrapped up in, particularly in Nebraska, around this juggernaut that is Nebraska volleyball, and there's some myth and legend status when you see a coach like John Cook. But I think that this interview and this program really humanizes him and really gets to who he is, how he ticks. And that's what I really want this program to leave viewers with, is a moment of reflection on this person who has given them 25 seasons of his life and brought them on such an incredible journey with high highs and low lows. And I just think that it's not my place to say what his legacy is. He obviously touches on it in the show, but to be able to allow the audience to to go on this ride that's going to have some unexpected turns that folks may not know about. I think that ultimately is the story that we want to tell.
Gavin, last one from me. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, last one from me, Gavin. Like I mean, you don't have to go too far to see what's going on, I guess, in the news right now in regards to public media. I mean, the importance of a project like this, was that at the forefront of your mind at all throughout the course of the editing or over the course of this year?
Yeah, I mean, that certainly shone a lot on the importance of what we do at Nebraska Public Media, and with such a high-profile program, um, basically right out of the gates of the news that you're talking about. I think it is important that we had a sneak preview premiere with John last Thursday, and I think he really spoke on the importance of what Nebraska Public Media does and means to the state, and the ability to deliver programs like this on people who are important to the state of Nebraska. I think that just amplifies what we do, and why we want to continue to be a part of the state of Nebraska and to share those stories.
Gavin Felix, producer on the latest documentary, and of course, so many in the rearview mirror about football, volleyball, Nebraska in general. There's not a lot of pressure to make sure this one is good, Gavin, but I know, especially considering the short turnaround, I really look forward to how this last ride with John Cook plays out. It will be this Sunday, debuting 7 o'clock Central Time on Nebraska Public Media. Gavin, congratulations to you, to Larry, to the entire crew for cranking this out like you did. I'm sure it's going to be another winner.
Thanks, guys. Giddy up. It's going to be a good one.
Gavin Felix, the Director of Television and Digital Production for Nebraska Public Media. And we will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct right after this on 1620 The Zone.
he said. Wow, that happened quick. They must be playing like the express version.
They are. It's pain, John. It's the pain train right now.
It's kind of amazing that
What's so
Nebraska
painful
was
about it?
leading that
Everything.
game 10-0. Iowa could not move the ball an inch.
No.
And they still lost.
Before the run, they had, I believe it was 64 total yards. And then it was a 75-yard touchdown run.
Was this?
It was that
this isn't
screen
last
pass,
year's,
right?
was
This
it?
is last
Oh
year.
yeah,
No, it was a run.
I watched that whole game
That
last
was a
year.
screen pass.
Was it? I thought it was a.
I thought it was a screen pass.
Let's see. Either way, it was sad.
For who?
You're right. It was. Yep. Good call. And then
Yeah,
look at all
and-
these guys
yeah,
that should tackle
they
them.
had four
1,
guys.
2, and then they just whee. And then they're all just running into each other.
Unbelievable.
Yikes.
Unbelievable.
Absolute yikes. Not great, John. Not great.
But you know what?
What?
That's why they practice to avoid doing that kind of stuff again. And Matt Rule spoke to the media before practice, actually. It was between the autograph session and the practice session, but a couple of interesting things from it. Nick, bring up the video here.
Let's
take
do
care of it here. But, you know, we were talking about it on Friday. Elijah Pritchett and the wild swings of, well, he wasn't that good at Alabama, to, well, he might be one of the most important guys in here. Well,
To Michael Severe said he's second string, and now Michael is banned.
Well, Pritchett actually was working with the first teamers on Saturday, but this is what Matt Rule had to say before practice.
Elijah's done a really nice job. He's got a tremendous battle on his hands. You know, we have battles at all the positions. And, you know, football is football. You know, football athletes, we talk about training. It's really divided up into three parts. It's the physical, it's the psychological, it's the technical and tactical. And so part of it for him is, you know, he's still working on all the newness of it. You know, this is not some college spread offense. You know, we do all the things that we do. I did when I was at the Giants. You know, Donnie did when he was at the Bears. Just high level things for, you know, which is why we believe we're preparing guys to the next level. And so it's just about him continuing to get comfortable with all those things. And I really like where he's at. I like where the whole line's at. And
Another complimentary thing said about the offensive line.
Yeah, well, expect to hear a lot of that. Expect to hear a lot of that. Also, we haven't really talked much about the defensive transfers, mainly because it's just kind of assumed these guys are going to step in.
Yep.
And they're going to play right away. Of course, we're talking about Marquise Watson Trent, Andrew Marshall at cornerback, and Dason McCullough, who Matt Rule addressed on Saturday.
I've asked for the last 3 years. I got it a little bit last year, and I'm getting it way more this year. And part of it's like the learning process. It's, you know, I mean, Tony wanted to do it, but John really wants to do it. He wanted to do it. And then John's just, we're a little more advanced in terms of, you know, it's year 3 is, you know, I mean, we got a couple pass rushers at Jack. Let's put them all on the field. Like, let's not say only one guy can go. And so, you know, I think Dasan brings great burst, explosiveness, speed, power. He's really improved his physical. Like when you see him, he looks great. So I think he's found a home, yet we can still utilize his versatility to, you know, move around and attack protection. So I like everything that he brings. You know, Willis is one of those guys who, when he gets out there, he always produces. And I would not sleep on Jordan Ochoa. Like, he is coming on, and he has been released since the bowl game, right? So bowl practice. I didn't even say that. I think before that, but like in bowl practice, I think we played him a lot in the bowl. So, you know, I think we have a lot of guys at that position. And there's a lot of guys at the position, but so we can utilize those guys.
One of the things, and we had one of those moments again where Rule kind of caught himself, but he was actually talking about positionless players, guys who can bounce around. And at the very beginning, he's describing, you know, it's obvious that was a philosophical thing that Matt Rule wanted to have more of, and that John Butler believes in, and that is, hey, we got certain situations, just put the best guys on the field. Don't worry about if they necessarily fit a certain position, just having these positionless players. And he kind of caught himself there when he talked about Tony White and how, well, he kind of bought into it, but John Butler really buys into it. And McCullough kind of fits that bill because that was one of the reasons he wanted to transfer. He wanted to have a spot, right? But they also acknowledge he's a guy that can move around a little bit. And some of these guys at linebacker are guys that can move around a little bit. And I like that little blip in there. And I'm curious if Michael have any observations on Jordan Ochoa, because he was brought up unsolicited in that comment.
And and people always say this, if you are listening to coaches or players throughout the next month, really be on the lookout or on the hear out for players mentioned when they weren't asked about.
Correct.
It's one thing to say, hey, what have you seen from Dane Key? It's another for the coaches to talk, and then suddenly he brings up a guy or a player brings up a guy. And Ochoa is one of those guys. He mentioned it. He came on in the bull practice. He did play in that game, but he still got his redshirt year because that was the only game that he played in. It was interesting hearing Happer and Schaefer talk about it earlier because Happer pointed out, look, very rarely am I watching a Nebraska game where a player shows up on the field that I say, who is that? And Ochoa was that for him last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing he was that way for a lot of us last year. And so let's see what he is ultimately able to do over the next month.
One more, kind of in the same vein, but like McCullough, several defensive transfers. Of course, Watson Trent, Marshall, Williams Winery. And the question was asked of Matt Rule about the defensive transfers and how the acclimation process has been, given that these guys have very important roles in their first year in the program. In some cases, their only year in the program.
With those guys is they walked in from day one and they were like we were really diligent this year about, I don't want to bring anyone in here who complains about having to eat in the training table. I didn't want to bring anyone in here. I already fixed that problem. I don't want to bring anybody who complains about practice. Now it's the other way. I end practice on Thursday was a shorter practice, I think. Thursday, and Dylan's yelling at me get another rack. I'm like, first of all, he's a quarterback. You're not hitting anybody. But they're all like, let's get another rack. And Dylan, as we walked off, he goes, he always makes fun of me. He's like, yeah, we like practice. So I want guys who like practice. So they've brought that. The Suns brought that, right? Not that they brought it to a team that didn't have it. They've just assimilated into a bunch of guys who love practice. And so, there's not a deal where you're like, well, that guy's a transfer. That guy's been one of us for a long time. It's very much like we're kind of all in it together. So it's a really healthy thing.
So there's a little bit from Matt Rule from Saturday.
Interesting, always on the lookout, right, at this time of year for quotes like that, and how much of it's real, how much of it is not. So you're gonna have to take a grain of salt with it. But one of the things that I know that really great players in the history of the game have talked about is when they know it's time to hang it up is usually when the process is the part that they do not want to participate in anymore. It's easy to want to play in a game. It's easy. It's the most fun part of the job.
Mm-hmm.
It is a lot harder to do a Tuesday practice in the month of August. So I don't just call BS on that automatically, because I imagine there are some who are saying, who wants to practice? Well, it's a part of the process, and you got to find something, a part of every single process that you can find enjoyment in. So I do believe him, when he says that type of thing. And that's going to be how they get better, is just getting all of these reps. And if really, John, what he was saying there, without saying it, is culture. And if the culture is being established in that way, that is obviously something that could show itself on the field this fall.
Phase 3 is in the books. And here are the final results. Real quick, reflect back to phases 1 and 2. It was 94, almost 95%, 6 wins or more. But the number we're really focusing on is that 8-4 or better record. It was just under 58% back in January. Fast forward to right after spring football, and the number actually dropped a bit.
What?
The number actually dropped a bit. Less than 55% said 8-4 or better. So when we started phase 3, we all threw out predictions. What's that 8-4 record going to be? I was like 60%. I think you had originally wanted to go like 80%.
I did. Yeah, you talked
bit.
me out of it. Yeah, I'm happy that you did.
Well, here's where it ended up, and it's still much better than it was in phases 1 or 2. We end up at basically 64% of you believe that 8-4 or better will be the record. When you look at the positivity index, it's at 95%. So 95% of you believe this team is going to win 6 games or more, and I think that is the correct answer. Now, the 8-4 or better, this will be interesting to see.
Can it rise up even more in the last bit of voting? Can it rise up a little bit more in the last bit of voting?
So as we look, that's nearly a 10% jump. It's the highest 8-4 vote we've ever had.
Wow.
And I have a feeling
it's going to climb, isn't it?
I think it could climb another 10%.
I was just going to ask, can it get to
70?
Can it get to 70?
I think it can.
I
Now,
think
it's going to depend on,
what's it
obviously,
going to depend on?
the news in the next 3 weeks.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
As long as
no
we
killer
don't have
injuries.
any, devastating injuries.
Yep.
But I think 70% is a good number for our last survey, which will be coming up the week of the first game.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the case. I mean, I think that there is already reasons that people are getting excited. And really, it depends on a few things. Do you believe what they're saying about the offensive line? Do you believe what they're saying about the wide receiving core? And then what is your belief for the defensive side? And, with a new defensive coordinator and a new kind of mind share over there, what ultimately is the defense able to do? I think that it's a safe bet to say that number will climb above 70% for the first time since we've been doing this. I definitely think that that's the case.
Well, we'll have that poll in about 2-3 weeks.
Woo! Wow, Nick, it's almost here. It's almost
But
game
it's
week.
not here yet, which is why we should appreciate every moment we have before it starts. Hang out with your loved ones, your friends, your family before you hide away in your little smelly football cave.
But that's where my family will be, in my smelly football cave. Interesting. Don't spend time with my family in my basement, Nick. Is that what you're saying?
Spend time with your family out of your basement too.
Interesting.
Touch some grass, Josh.
I did. I touched it this weekend.
Maybe get a blanket on it.
Nick was touching it too much. It hurt his feet.
Yeah, apparently.
True.
Well, you should appreciate the Now, because the Now is a great zone deal going on sale this week. For Exarban Cinema ACX. 4 $10 vouchers, each good for one movie admission for just $20.
Whoa!
So that's 4 movie admissions, which is a $40 value for half off. So it's basically like paying $5 a movie. When's the last time you paid $5 to get into a movie?
It's a deal so good, Sean Callahan would take a picture of the prices.
You should take a picture of these prices. These vouchers are good for 4 admissions to either ACX Cinema locations, which are both in Exarban and in Elkhorn. And you can find out more by going online at 1620thezone.com. And allegedly, we have some of these to give away later.
Whoa, nice get, Nick.
Yeah, it is a nice gift.
Mm-hmm.
Zone deal, Exarban Cinema ACX. Go there, 1620thezone.com. Coming up next, Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Josh and I were deciding who was going to push the button to bring Mitch on. I reached over, then he reached over, then I pulled back, then he pulls back, and then he pushed the button.
We got him on though.
This arm is working better, so I feel comfortable doing it.
Okay.
But
I don't know if I should help or not.
No. I was neglecting my duties. I just hadn't gotten to that point yet.
I was literally just wondering. I wonder how John's wrist is doing.
No, it's fine.
Okay, good.
It feels better pushing that. In fact, I'll push it. No, I'm not going to push it again. It might hang up on Mitch.
Yeah.
Hi, Mitch.
Hey, Mitch.
Get it together, guys. It's August. It's almost football season.
Hey, we all need to run laps right now. Come on, John. Let's go outside and run around the building.
Yeah, especially after those bad takes you had about posting concession prices. Are you shocked that the beers are $12 at Memorial Stadium, Mitch?
Is that what they were? $12? No, I'm not. I'm not shocked at all. Like, find me a sporting event where they're not.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Mitch.
Again, I wasn't saying the price was shocking. I just don't have a problem with people posting.
It's kind of low.
Kind of low. It's actually a steal, John.
See what they are in August 28th at Arrowhead.
Oh, yeah. There will be a lot of photos of those beer prices. Maybe by me as a bit.
I think we should all, instead of posting the score at the end of the first quarter, we all just need to take a picture of whatever they're selling Bud Lights for at Arrowhead Stadium.
I love this idea.
So remember, you can tailgate there, and the beer will be much cheaper.
Yes.
You can tailgate there, but I believe the lots don't open until 4:00.
Crazy.
The game's at 8.
Yeah, way later than I figured it would have been.
It's a little. That's a little. We're getting shorted a bit there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing, and who knows? It might be 100 degrees, and you wouldn't want to be out there for 8 hours. But there's nothing like tailgating in the parking lot at the Truman Sports Complex for 6 hours before a game, and then going in such a condition that you can't even enjoy the game.
Well, let's hope it's
I
not.
will not be doing that. I can promise you that. No matter what, no matter when the gates open, I will be. I'll be ready to watch some football and know what I'm seeing.
As was spotted on Saturday night, Dane Key was not full participant in practice. We've already talked about some injuries. Obviously, Markway is out for the year. We know that Quentin Ives has been slowed down by some soft tissue, and now Dane Key. Should there be any concern about Key right now?
I don't think so. They haven't talked about it as if it was concerning. He was out on Friday. He did not practice on Friday as well during the BTN stop there, and I just know that from having had some conversations with BTN people. We may or may not have seen him on TV in the green jersey on Friday. I think it's just a precautionary, a minor thing. Not to say that he could be out there. Probably got some kind of an injury, but there's still 3 weeks and 3 days until the first game, so it doesn't appear to be something, at least at this point, that's going to affect him going into week 1.
Mitch, I want to ask you kind of a similar question, but from the player's perspective, and that is how concerned should Ives be about missing the reps at this point in time, in his career, first of all, but also at this point in time in camp?
Yeah, we saw that injury happen on day 1 when the media walked out on the field and they were just doing a pretty simple, and that's generally when it happens. More of those injuries happen in non-contact and then when they actually have pads on, and this is just they're in helmets and sweats, and he made a sharp move and couldn't tell if it was an ankle but it sounds like, I think Rule has called it a quad injury, so, or a hamstring, something on the back of his leg or front of his leg. It's a leg injury. He's been on the bike. I do think it is concerning because this was set to be a big period for him, preseason camp, because of the momentum that he generated early in the off season in the bowl practices, which is a similar time, not quite as intense, not quite as many practices day after day, as right now, but you want to be able to pick up where you left off in the off season. And Ives came out of the spring as the leader to be RB2. And right now he's probably not in that spot just because he's missed a week of camp and some others have apparently made jumps. We've heard about Mekhi Nelson, and Dana Holgerson was very careful to praise him too much. Like they're happy with him, but they know it's a short period of time and he hasn't proven it yet that he can be durable and consistent. But they really like his athleticism, his stability as a running back. Like he's got some high end skill. And I think they've been happy with Connor Booth. And then we know Isaiah Mosey would not have made the move over there if they didn't feel like he could play this year. So there are a lot of backs there, but there's just no experience right now, even, with or without Ives, no experience to speak of behind Emmett Johnson. And that continues to be a concern.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. It's been an interesting dichotomy to hear, when Pritchett first transferred out, some of the talk was, well, he had the position, but then he kind of lost it. And people were skeptical. Well, maybe he's just a cast off from Alabama, but then he gets here and it's like, hey, this guy's really good. Seemed to have a pretty decent spring. But then, you hear other folks wonder aloud if he is actually the right person for that tackle spot. Though it seemed like he was out there right with the number one unit. It's been interesting to hear the conversation around Pritchett. We seem very confident that Spindler's going to be a dude up front, but Pritchett has been a little bit of a different story. What have you made of the conversation around him so far?
Well, some of that I think is the depth they have at tackle, at guard. And that's not to say that Rocco Spindler would not have won the job no matter how deep they were at guard. I do believe that like he's mastered that spot. And he's won that spot at right guard. Like there wasn't a whole lot of question from early in his time at Nebraska. Part of it with Pritchett is I think they're trying to challenge him. I think they want to light a fire under him. And that may just be a difference in personalities between Spindler and Pritchett. You could tell right away in talking to Rocco Spindler that he's a self-motivated, like that. So with Pritchett, I think they have to take a different approach, and they are deep, not necessarily like stocked with all conference caliber talent, but they are deep at tackle. Like they have a lot of options. Like it doesn't have to be Elijah Pritchett. Now they're paying him to like a starting left tackle, so that's a factor. But they're going to pick the guy who's best for the job, and they have Gatula, they have Prohaska, who's healthy now. They have Tyler Kanak, who they like as a second-year transfer from Utah. Don't forget about him. He was the number one right tackle coming into camp this year. I think ultimately it's going to be Pritchett. Like he's just too talented. He's too big. Like we talk about Mekhi Nelson, like high-end potential. Like Elijah Pritchett, different kind of. He's got like first-round potential if they get everything that he's got to give. And that's what they're going for. You hear Rule with his comments on Saturday night, hey, this is a different kind of offense and than he's used to. And, it's a different training. Like we got to get him, like they want the best from him. They're just Elijah Pritchett just coming in and playing at like 50% or 60% of his capacity. It's not what Nebraska's going for here. They want like 90 to 100%. And so they're trying to motivate him and keep him moving up.
Mitch, speaking of offseason narratives, I don't think a month went by over the last 4 or 5 where I wasn't asking somebody, hey, what have you heard about Carter Nelson? What have you heard about Carter Nelson? Just given some of the stuff that was going on in the ether, if you will. Are you surprised then, given that backdrop, at how well, in theory, he looks and that the concerns maybe about whatever recovery he had isn't going to be a problem going into the season?
I think there was some speculation about how long it might take him to come back from injury that wasn't necessarily based in fact or like in anything that was that that was truly coming from inside the program. So, and it can take on a life of its own, especially when it's a player like Carter Nelson, who was so highly regarded coming out of high school, and people around here knew him because of his exploits at the high school level in the state of Nebraska, the fact that he was recruited by Georgia, Notre Dame, Alabama. Like, so yeah, it's a guy who has a ton of visibility and all kinds of eyes on him. Could have been a different player who had hip surgery in the winter, then you might not have, there may not have been the same kind of speculation, and there never would have been concerns coming into August about that player. But really, Rule was pretty clear, and I think Dana Holgerson was clear when they talked about Nelson late in the spring that they expected him to be ready to go in August, and he looks like it. Like, they're not holding him back at all. There are some guys that they're holding back a little bit, and I take that back. I think they do keep Carter out of a few drills. Like, they're occasionally, maybe this is done, but like at the very beginning of camp, they might have him run through a set of drills, and then, hey, go over there and ride the bike while the next series goes, and then you can come back. Just not to throw everything at him physically at once. But yeah, he looks the part. He appears to be completely healthy, and I think he's the. And no slight to Heinrich Haarberg, because I think he's going to be very good as a tight end at Nebraska this year, and he may play more reps than Nelson. But I think Nelson brings the like transcendent kind of big play potential. Like, he can be an X factor in this offense, and so can Haarberg. But I think Nelson's even maybe a step above that.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. The reports from Saturday said the kickers didn't miss a kick. Ja'Cory Barney was out there exhorting everybody. He
dropping F-bombs.
He's excited about his ability to return kicks. We now have a punter that can kick with both feet and drop it inside the 5-yard line. Are we perhaps on the cusp of not only just adequate special teams, but maybe like good special teams?
Whoa.
It sounds that way. I think everybody's going to wait on that one until they get to the opener. And because you know what? They could be really good at place kicker. The punter could be doing his job. Ja'Cory can be taking a punt return back before you lead the nation in punt returns, how about you just have like 120-yard at Nebraska?
That might be the longest in the last 10 years.
Yeah, that would be like breaking new ground in recent years. So let's just have a competent punt return game. We'll see that. And then you can start talking about leading the Big Ten or leading the country. Like, all of that could happen, and they could still mess up special teams by giving up a 100-yard kickoff return. Like, you don't know truly if it's fixed until you see it fixed. Nebraska can fix a lot of stuff, and something else could go wrong. That's the way it's been with special teams for a long time. And I have a lot of faith in Mike Eckler, but he isn't a miracle worker. Like, is he really going to be able to come in and in one game fix everything? I don't know, maybe, but that's a lot to ask.
Mitch, along those lines, and I love the way that you couched it on the pod today with Happer, the Locked On Nebraska podcast, and listen to it first thing every day. But you were talking about players or things maybe that the stock was on the rise, and you said normally we push Dylan Raiola off to the side of any of these discussions because he's an obvious one, but, and then you mentioned why you wanted to talk about him. What in your mind is the biggest reason to tend to think that optimism surrounding him and a really nice sophomore year is very much in the cards?
Two things. One, I think he's checked all the boxes through the offseason. Like, there were a number of things that Dylan wanted to do, and it started with fixing his physical shape so he would be able to be a more multidimensional quarterback. And he took care of that early. And he talked about the challenge and how it wasn't fun, to make some of the changes that he had to make, but he did it. And not just did he do it, but he mastered it and then maintained it through the rest of the offseason. Like, that was a challenge for him that was probably harder than, fitting the ball into a certain window or all of the physical things that he's had to do with his arm over the years to improve as a quarterback. So that was box number one. And then, the other stuff was easy by comparison because it was on the field, and it's the stuff that Dylan has been doing for years. And in addition to that, like improving his leadership, being more natural in the way that it happened. And that's not his fault, but it's just tough as a freshman to be a natural leader because you're in the youngest class of players on the team. And now he's been around long enough. People know him. They respect him. There are players who came in after him. So all of that's great. That's reason number one. And number two is what I've heard about him from places that you wouldn't necessarily expect to hear it. Like people who don't have any reason to blow smoke about Dylan Raiola. So if it comes from the receivers on the team or the tight ends or the offensive coordinator, fine. You're pretty sure you could predicted in April that pretty much no matter what, they were going to be pleased and praising Dylan Raiola publicly at this time of year. Like they're going to talk up their quarterback. It's natural. But hearing it from like the outside sources, people who come in and watch practice, like the BTN folks and like people who met him at Big Ten Media Days and heard about his progress. Like that's been eye-opening to me, that I haven't heard a bad thing. Like there's been nobody who said to me, I'm not sure what we're going to get from Dylan when the season starts. He's one of the truly known quantities, I think, on this team, position by position.
Where do you think it shows itself most? If he takes that jump, is there like a certain element of it? Not just, hey, they're going to win more games, but is there something that would seem a barometer for you? Like, hey, we wouldn't have seen him do that last year, or he didn't do that enough last year.
The thing that I think it'll be is making smart decisions, like throughout the game. And you're going to look for it most at the end when games are on the line and they need him to lead a drive or sustain a drive to hold a lead, stuff like that. But it'll be throughout the game. I think from the very beginning, I think he'll be smarter with the kind of throws that he makes. Like last year, you remember he didn't throw an interception for quite a while at the beginning of the year.
Yep.
But there were a few throws where he was fortunate that the ball wasn't picked off. Like, and I think you'll see less and less of that. Is he going to throw an interception in 2025? Yeah, he will. Like, but by and large, I think the decision making that he makes, if you charted it play by play, and just like some of the smart stuff that he does to, maybe move a safety, maybe stuff that we wouldn't even necessarily notice in like a first watch of the game, or even a second watch unless you're watching it with a coach. I think there's going to be a lot of that, and I'm interested tomorrow in talking to John Butler about that, because Dylan has mentioned how in the OTAs and through spring practice, when he hasn't had another team to go against, that like some of the cat and mouse stuff that he's able to do with Butler and getting the test from a coordinator who has run NFL defenses has been really beneficial for Dylan. So I'm interested to hear from Nebraska's first year DC, like what he's observed.
Mitch, what's more likely, Dylan Raiola throwing 30 touchdown passes or Emmett Johnson being like a 1,200-yard all-purpose back?
30's a lot. 30,
2.5 a game,
about almost 3 a game. 1,200 yards. I don't know. I don't know about this offense really. I guess I'd say 30 touchdown passes, but I don't think he's gonna be quite that high. I could see him going 25. 30's a lot, and you would hope that there's a couple games early in the year where he's able to be out of those games in the third quarter. So, and I'm talking about Akron and Houston Christian. So that's really it. If there's one game on the Big Ten schedule where he gets to rest and part of the second half, that's good. So he'll play most of the time. But I mean, that also indicates 30 touchdowns, like that he's healthy for 13 games, and that's hard to do in today's Big Ten as well. So I don't think either one of them are super realistic. If Dylan stays healthy, then I suppose he could get close to that number.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, of course, the Locked On podcast. I don't know who his co-host is.
Never heard of the guy.
I just listen to Mitch. I kind of zone out the other guy.
Sometimes I see him out of the Storm Chasers. Other than that, I have no idea who he is.
Marty Cordero. That's right. That's who.
Do you realize that your co-host on that podcast steals hot sauce from a Pancheros in Des Moines, Iowa? And I'm not making that up.
Dubuque, Iowa,
Why
John.
does he do that?
You'll have to ask him on tomorrow's pod.
All right, we'll bring it up.
Perfect. Perfect.
I love it. By the way, I'm trying to look it up.
What?
Of course, at Nebraska.
I have the answer. You talking about the punt returns?
No.
Oh, okay.
Passing touchdowns in a season.
Oh, most ever? It's got to be Joey Gats, right? In 08?
It
30?
is not.
What?
It is not. Because when Mitch said, 30's a lot. 30 would be the school record.
So is
the,
it?
The school record is Zach Taylor.
Oh, in 06. What did he have? Like 29?
What do you think, Mitch? How many did Zach have in 2006?
I'm surprised it's not Gans in that year where, well, that was 08. If
Gans was one short
of the record. Joey
in
Gans.
08, because if Gans would have played all of 07, he would have shattered the record.
Ha! Yes.
He wouldn't have.
Especially if they would have played Kansas State every week.
Yeah. I'll go with Zach having 26.
26 is the correct answer.
Wow, nice job.
Gans had 25, and then Taylor Martinez and Tanner Lee tied for third. Tanner Lee, 23. So that one very forgettable season still was in the record
Was that the
books.
2012 Taylor Martinez year?
Yes.
2012, yeah. And he had a lot of rushing touchdowns. He had like 30-something. He had close to 40 total touchdowns that year.
Don't like that.
Yeah, he was good. People forget. People do actually kind of forget that.
Vince Ferragamo was the one who was the only quarterback in Nebraska history to have 20 touchdown passes in a season, all the way back in 76.
Wow.
It took that long. It took 30 years.
Wow.
Do you guys have any idea why Vince Ferragamo, like he doesn't seem like he's former players, are often around and you've seen them through the years. I don't ever recall, and maybe it's just a blind spot for me because I don't know him, but I don't ever recall Vince Ferragamo coming back to Nebraska and celebrating some of his past glory.
We had him on the Grum 2 years ago. He was here in Omaha for a fundraiser. And I'm trying to remember, we asked him about that. I think he said he had only been back to a couple of games.
Yeah.
Because, he's from LA. He does a lot of stuff with the Rams and in that area, but he's not been back here very often.
We can get him back. Maybe they can get him back for the USC game this year or something like that.
Ooh, that'd be
would
cool.
make sense.
I like that. I like that.
I don't know. I'd like to see him back. I'd like to. I've never met him, and I'd like to do that. Or maybe he'll come to the UCLA game.
We'll have to do it. Maybe we'll have to reach out.
That'd be cool.
See if we can find
in
out.
LA.
That's true. Exactly.
It's in
he
LA.
should be there. Yeah, for the game in LA. That'd be nice. Well, Mitch, have a great week. We appreciate it. Thanks again.
All right. Take care, guys. Thanks.
Hey,
Mitch
Mitch
Sherman of The Athletic and the Locked On Nebraska podcast. Yeah, Vince Ferragamo had 20. Look at Jerry Godowski was second on the all-time list with 19.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's my guy.
Question from Mustache Adam. How many interceptions did Mr. Tulane have? The answer to that question is 16. 16 INTs in 12 football games, including a lot of pick sixes. That guy loved throwing pick sixes. Was a huge pick six fan.
You mentioned interceptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I'm seeing if it's in here.
What?
I don't think it is.
What?
I bet it's something related to interception.
The interception record.
I knew it.
Is it not Tanner Lee?
It's not listed.
Oh, yeah, because that's such a negative, sad stat.
But it's still a stat.
Come on, Keith, man.
Important information. I can't believe they're censoring information from the people.
The records that are listed are low interception percentage. With a minimum of 100 attempts, the record belongs to Tommy Frazier. In his freshman year, he only had one interception in 100 attempts.
Wow.
The low interception percentage with a minimum of 200 attempts belongs to he shall not be named. In 1996, the year where he wasn't that good, allegedly.
So Tommy Armstrong through 16 in 11 games back in 2015. So that would mean he and Tanner Lee both had 16. I'm trying to find the answer. You Google most interceptions and it thinks you're talking about things on the defensive side of the ball. We'll see if we can find the answer to this. By the way, speaking of finding the answer, you asked the question, what was it? When's the last time they had like a 20-yard punt return or something like that?
Yeah.
Michael Severe has a text. Nebraska's had 12 total punt returns of 20-plus yards since 2016. The most was 4 in 2020. The last time was in 2022 when they had 2. 3 of the years they had 0.
Yikes. That almost feels like it's too high.
Yeah, that is kind of a surprise. That's crazy.
Because
is it brazy, Nick?
Don't they technically count punt returns, blocked punts? Aren't those technically punt returns?
No, because if that. Oh wait, block punts.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have any of those, do they?
Yeah,
Where they
Nebraska scored on a couple of block punts. Remember they had his block punt against Indiana a couple of years ago?
Then
They
they
scored on
they
that?
must not count then. If they've had zero
thought they
since then.
did.
Mustache Adam just sent a photo. Don't know why I have this, but I do, and it's a power ball with Tanner Lee. Trust me to pick 6. That's funny. What a fun meme.
That would have been a great NIL deal for him. Trust me to pick 6.
Wow. That would have been good.
Really funny.
You know,
actually, that's a great idea for like Sierra Wright.
Oh, he says, never mind. Block punts are returns. Okay, so that must mean that's that's why the last time was in 2022. Yikes. That's good, man. And you know what's crazy? So one of the things that I always think about right before football season is like, think about how excited you are in this moment in time. Like, there's a chance that this season could be the worst of your life. And then you're going to be like, why was I so excited? That was me 8 years ago. I was like, wow, I can't wait to watch Nebraska this year. It's going to be great. Nothing terrible will happen this time.
You were excited about 2017?
You picked them to win the division too.
In 17?
Yeah, we were both on them like a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
Did
You
we?
guys are idiots.
I think we both picked them to be pretty
I
good.
honestly don't remember.
Yeah. I don't know if it's anywhere on the internet because we weren't on YouTube back then, so it'd be harder to find. Yeah, we thought that they would be good.
Really?
Yeah. Not great.
Really?
Sean. Yeah, I know. Remember we did the round table?
Really?
And we had Jack Mitchell on our round table.
Ew.
Nick, this is something from the olden days that I don't miss trying to do, and that was round tables where it was us but a bunch of guests, rather than the zone round tables, which are much more fun. It was always really difficult. And so we had 2 people on our round table. Do you remember who it was? We were at Nebraska Brewing, if I remember right.
I do remember that.
We had Jack Mitchell and Brian Christopherson.
Oh, BC.
Those were so it was a small little table and it was square, but it was still the round table. And I'm pretty sure that John and I were excited. I know I was excited for that season like a big idiot.
Well, here it is. This is the now I don't know if I wrote anything down on here.
Just got a text from somebody that says, I think the record might be 16. Tanner Lee's 1 year, Tommy in 15, and then Dave Hum.
Well, I was looking at career too.
That's depressing.
The Diaco effect.
I'm going to see if I can try to find my.
Listen to this.
Uh-oh. What's this? What's this?
This was the round table rundown, right? From our sheet.
From 2017?
Yes, from the show we did over at Nebraska Brewing Company.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
The subject line in the segment is called the Diaco effect. Listen to this first question.
Okay.
Is a top 20 defense too high a goal to set for year one?
Yes. The answer is
First of all,
yes.
it's implied that there is a second year coming of Diaco.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Oh my God.
It's always fun to look back in hindsight at things, isn't it?
It is.
Oh no. Oh, you know what?
What?
I did not predict Nebraska to win the division.
Do you have the answer?
So under the predict the season category, we did the will win, should win, might win.
Yeah.
Will win. Arky State. Got that. Northern Illinois. Nope. Rutgers. Did they win, Nick? Did they beat
Yes,
Rutgers?
they beat Rutgers.
Should win at Illinois, at Purdue, Northwestern, at Minnesota, Iowa. Might win. I had 0 in the won't win category. I did have a final record of 9-3, but I had Penn State and Wisconsin winning the division. Divisions. According to this.
People forget about divisions.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through my Twitter right now trying to find the, like, if I had like here's what I think is going to happen record-wise. Do you have anything down for me record-wise?
I don't. This was just mine.
You did a poll question on the opening day of the season. Husker fans, which upset would you like more? Maryland over Texas, who they beat. Maryland did beat Wyoming over Iowa, which Iowa won that game. I think that would have been a Josh Allen Iowa team, right? In 2017?
Yeah.
Wow, this must have been when the new meme came out of the cross-armed angry man.
Oh, it is. It's Run the Ball
my
guy.
Gosh.
Run the dang ball.
Yeah, 2017 wasn't such a bad year.
Wow. Oh, look, another football season begins. Another football season of making money begins. Lee Sterling joins us next. Different times.
I wish I had written this down because I did have a question on here. What will be Tanner Lee's touchdown to interception ratio? But I didn't write down a prediction.
Yikes.
Do you, off the rip, do you know what it was?
For the season?
Yeah.
Well, what do you have? 23 touchdowns?
It was 23 and 16.
16.
Yeah, not great.
That's not good.
Damn it! I cannot find any tweet from me saying here's what I think their record is going to be.
It
Very
was from
sad.
it was from August the 25th of that year. If you have that, if you still have your rundowns.
Oh, August 25th is when we did it.
Yes, August 25th, 2017 was the roundtable.
Okay.
I had
crap,
9.
We should go to break.
I had 9 and 3.
All right, I'll look
that's
for it.
right. We got
we got Mitch.
We got Mitch coming up. Stay right there. 1620 The Zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents a Chiefs training camp report brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
I like Hy-Vee.
Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis.
So much. I mean, since my rookie year with Frank Clark, Carlos Dunlap, Chris Jones, a guy that I've had now even with me, a guy like Joe Cullen, Terry Brady, and now Alex Whittingham. We know we got a great group of players and coaches, and now I'm starting to get to be one of those veteran guys that is coaching up the younger guys, if you will. And Spag says this all the time. Mastery is when you could teach another person what it is. So I'm definitely seeing myself transition into more of that role, and always challenging myself to be better than the day before. That's kind of the whole thing with Coach Reed. Is being better than the day before. Just trying to keep getting better every single day.
How much of Gelati's that is like mini George?
I think a lot, man. I think that he's going to be a heck of a player. He's definitely going to work his butt off, and he's going to be exciting to watch.
Did you hear that? He mentioned a Terry Braden reference.
I did.
In there. That's George Karlaftis, recently signed to a long-term extension. Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs, joining us from St. Joe, and brought to you by Hy-Vee. Getting George locked in, really important in this offseason. Now we look to, how does this guy who was such a stud at Purdue take that next step as an NFL defensive lineman?
Yeah, and first of all, guys, thank you for getting Maggie Thatcher to read the open. That's all.
You're just going to come up with a new British person every day, aren't you?
I am. That's my challenge. Come up with somebody new that's British. And Prime Minister Thatcher's voice has dropped some, but yeah, it's all good. And you heard the TB reference in there. You guys asked me about what about TB and at Nebraska, and you got Karlaftis giving his endorsement, which says a lot. To answer your question, he looks bigger, faster. He's quicker. He had a terrific spring. And it's carried over to training camp and in the summertime. And then I looked at his postseason. If you guys look at his postseason, he's had 8 sacks. He's 9-1 in the postseason with 8 sacks. And like double-digit tackle for 8 tackles for losses, double-digit pass defense. I mean, he's had big moments in the postseason, including Super Bowl 58, where George Kittle is giving him crap, like talking smack on him, and he's like, well, hold my beer while I recover this fumble that's right here from Christian McCaffrey. But there's been a little more to Karlaftis than meets the eye, especially in the playoffs, but I do think he's poised for a breakout year.
Mitch, what's it like doing play-by-play for a franchise that when they have a good young player, specifically on defense, they don't hem and haw and then the player wants to force a trade, but instead they sign him? That's got to be really neat.
It goes back to what I said for years. The infrastructure of this team is so good, and they've got to run the cap. You just can't get everybody for all that they want, but you sign a friendly deal. Karlaftis' deal is team-friendly, but he also doesn't want to leave this. And he knows that if Chris Jones is right now unblockable, and if he plays like he's doing, and Amenahu can stay healthy, Karlaftis will benefit from that. And again, I think George is going, I'm getting paid. This will be good. This is generational. But I'm also going to be a part of a good team where I can grow and maybe become a better player than I would if I'm in some other organization.
The Chiefs released their first unofficial depth chart. It was just part of the notes getting ready for this Saturday's preseason opener against the Arizona Cardinals. While it is unofficial and certainly a lot of spots are up for grabs, I'm curious, which battles will you be looking for in this first game as the Chiefs take on Arizona?
Well, first of all, that depth chart is if you go ahead and print it, and you're training a new puppy, that would be a good place to put it. Right there by the doggy crate. Muffy, don't potty on the depth chart. It's really got that much value. But to answer your question, it starts with the offensive line. If the first group's going to play 7 or 8 snaps, what do those look like? And can they work in concert if Arizona does some tricky stuff? But wide receiver is super hot right now. And I would say if Rashee Rice is not suspended and opens the season, then you've got a real battle between Nico Remigio and Tyquan Thornton for the 6th receiver slot. And special teams more than likely will determine that. Now, if Rashee gets suspended, it's actually a blessing in disguise because Tyquan Thornton has emerged. Running back is another one. Carson Steele could get pushed down and off the team. On the defensive line, it's going to be, wow, that's a talented group. There's 14 upfront guys, and they're going to cut some really good guys. And then I would say corner on the defense. And the fact that Joshua Williams has won 2 Super Bowl rings and right now would not make the team. But if he comes roaring into these preseason games and plays great, which he's got the capability of doing, that could change the outlook very much.
Do preseason games have as much influence on these decisions as we might think they do? Or is it really more what they did overall in camp?
It's more the latter than the former, but I've seen guys that have been outstanding at camp and, wet themselves in the preseason games. And then I've seen the opposite, where they've been just outstanding in preseason games and haven't practiced great. And that kind of balances out. But I'm not going to weigh the games more, but when you get out against another team with refs and crowd and lights and all that, some guys wilt and some guys thrive. And that is a big part of the evaluation. Now, who's going to handle this? And so, it's really all of it, from the start of OTAs to mini camp to camp. But yes, you can destroy yourself in a preseason game if you completely melt down.
Mitch Holthus will be with us for the rest of this week and, of course, through Chiefs training camp with our daily updates from St. Joe. Mitch, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, brother. This week is on, who can jump up? Like Karlaftis, next level. You guys ask it. Tomorrow, I'm going to go to another guy that I think could jump up next level.
All right.
And we'll look forward to that then. Mitch Holthus, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
We were talking about Nebraska record predictions in 2017, the important topics as we get ready for the 2025 season. So I was able to find it because John pointed out which show it was. I was also a 9-3 man myself. Now, apparently, I did not pick them to win the division, so at least I got that going for me. I also picked Wisconsin, even though I had Nebraska beating Wisconsin. So I had them beating Wisconsin but not winning the division. I had them 9-3 losses to Ohio State, Minnesota, and Penn State. At least I got those losses correct.
That and many others.
I also said they would beat Northern Illinois, famously Tanner Lee, which kicked off this whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
He had multiple pick sixes in that game. Speaking of interceptions, thank you to Dave Fight, career INT leaders. At the top of the list with 44, Tommy Armstrong.
Man, let's not be throwing shade at Tommy.
Dave Hum, number 2 with 36. Adrian
Damn.
Martinez had 30. Taylor Martinez had 29. And Eric Crouch had 25.
They gave that guy a Heisman. He threw 25 picks.
Unreal, John. Should have been Rex Grossman.
Granted, it was over 4 years.
It was over 4 years. A lot of those guys, let's see. Tommy was 4 years. Dave Hum was 3 years.
He was here for 4, but he didn't start every game.
Okay.
He didn't start every game, but that's still pretty high considering they didn't throw the ball as much.
Yeah, seriously. Adrian Taylor and Eric Crouch, so everyone on this list except for Dave Hum started a lot of those games in those 4 years. Though Adrian was hurt sometimes. Taylor Martinez was hurt. I mean, Taylor Martinez missed half of 2013.
Mm-hmm.
So that could have been a much higher number. And then of course we know about Eric Crouch.
Well, speaking of Kansas City, you can enter online today at 1620thezone.com for your chance to win 2 tickets to the game at Arrowhead Stadium between Nebraska and Cincinnati.
Tight.
2 tickets. Also, free parking, lodging near the stadium.
Whoa.
And a $100 gift card.
Whoa. That is a great deal.
It is.
How do they enter?
All they have to do is go to 1620thezone.com. It's the same place you can find out about the volleyball thing, the $100 gift card to Prairie Flower Casino. There's a lot of things we're giving away there. You need to visit thezone.com daily, 1620thezone.com daily, just to make sure that you're registered for all this. The Zone Football Road Trip, powered by Bankers Trust. Experience the Bankers Trust difference today.
We will be there. We will be there, and you could be there with us.
You, if you win, will be there.
Yep. And we will be there too.
No,
John. No. We'll give our record prediction and probably be wrong. Football, Nick. Football. Nick won't be there because he hates you, listeners. He hates your guts.
I don't hate you at all. I just have a prior engagement.
Hating you. That's his prior engagement.
All of this happened before we knew Nebraska. Before Nebraska in Arrowhead was a twinkle in anybody's eye.
That ain't true.
That is true. We got these tickets the second we could.
Well, coming up, we've got Michael Severe Mondays. He was at the practice. He can't wait to give you all of his take.
I have a specific question about the way that Michael doled out his takes over the weekend that I'm excited to ask him about.
But did he take pictures of the concession stand?
No, because he's a normal person and he would never do that.
It's not abnormal to take pictures of it. It really isn't. I mean, people take pictures of all kinds of crap.
Yeah, exactly. Crap being the operative word.
I'm going to pick apart every picture you take for the rest of your life. We'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
When was the last time you guys had a nice glass of milk?
Man, I don't have milk.
That's right. You don't like milk.
It's fine. I
You're
just don't.
weird.
I don't dislike it. I just don't like it plain. I
Two
need
things that Americans love to do: taking pictures of concession stand prices and drinking milk.
Well,
Wow.
I guess I'm not
Tommy
the
Josh.
I'll be honest with you. I mean,
American I thought I was.
I don't drink milk as much as I did when I was a kid.
See, I drank it all the time when I was a kid.
That was when we would have dinner. We always had milk.
The milk boys.
I definitely drank milk more as a kid, and then in my adult life, I've kind of come back around to milk, but it's usually chocolate milk.
The thing that
Which is
triggers
weird 'cause
me
I didn't drink
about
a lot of chocolate milk as a kid.
Love chocolate milk.
about the milk in our house is it disappears faster when the wife has purchased the Hershey's syrup, because then the boys start making the chocolate milk, and pretty soon I'm trying to have my cereal in the morning. Ain't no damn milk.
That's the classic. A little bit of Hershey's syrup, mix it in with the normal milk.
I love a good Hershey's chocolate milk, man.
Why is that better than normal chocolate milk?
No, I would say normal chocolate milk is better because it's thicker.
Definitely.
It almost feels like you're drinking a milkshake.
Depends on where you get the milk. I mean, we've talked about before, but the fancy chocolate milk in the glass bottles,
Yeah, we did that whole taste test.
those are really good.
Those are really good.
I really like it
I mean,
from Trader Joe's.
In a pinch,
What's up,
Hershey's
Chance?
chocolate milk works great. In a
Mhm.
pinch. Because how many people actually buy
Pinch
like
boys.
the half gallon or a gallon of chocolate milk?
If I'm craving chocolate milk, I'll usually just get
You
one of those
do.
quarts.
It's good for recovery after workouts.
It is.
That's
So
what you'll
you
see.
do drink milk.
Chocolate milk.
It's still milk.
Oh, I thought you just meant regular plain
Well,
white
I
milk.
did, but yeah.
But yeah,
At
I
least you're
love
getting your calcium.
I love chocolate milk. Though I haven't been having it as much since Boston. I should probably get back on that. It's a great thing, yeah, after a run. Really good for recovery.
Get back on the chocolate
It's why,
milk.
it's why a lot of
that's 'cause
football
in
players.
Boston, they don't like chocolate milk.
Yeah, I open.
They just don't like
Yeah, I open it up.
Yeah, they
and
only like
words-
white milk there, right?
Words pop out of it.
Hey, speaking of things to give away, forgot to mention the kind of like 5K giveaway. That's another thing.
Kind of like NIL.
Kind of like NIL. Yeah, it's not like we're kind of giving away 5K.
Yeah.
We're actually giving away 5K.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like NIL.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of NIL, by the way, you can register at 1620thezone.com. Speaking of NIL or something similar to that, there apparently was this big secret meeting that was now publicized. Happened last night in Nashville, where 23 general managers from Power 4 teams gathered with the folks from athletes.org, which purports to be a players association, to discuss collective bargaining.
Mm.
And here were some of the things that they agreed upon in this meeting. Now, remember, this is just the very beginning, but it sounds like, you're right.
Yeah,
Need some milk?
Yeah,
Some of them damn granola bars stuck in my throat.
Hippie John strikes again.
Yuppie Bishop.
Here's what they claimed are the highlights from this historic meeting.
He's getting choked
It
up.
really is.
Man, that's weird.
John, do you need my tissue? You can wipe your eyes.
This is why they need to stop paying players. I'm getting choked up.
I've never seen John cry before. First time for everything.
100%. 100% of these GMs believe that college sports is currently operating on top of a broken foundation.
Yikes.
So we all agree it's broken. 100% felt that transparency around payment amounts would be appropriate and helpful in a future with collective bargaining to stabilize the market. Now, I'm curious. Transparency around payment amounts. Does this mean they support publicizing how much they're paying each player?
I guess. I mean, that's what transparency would seem to mean, right?
Which is not something I didn't think either side was that interested in. They say not 100%, but a majority of these stakeholders are in favor of a minimum spending revenue share floor to promote parity and competitive balance. So a floor, because remember, right now, the $20.5 million is the cap, but you don't have to pay the full 20.5, but there's also no floor. So you could pay zero.
Yeah.
If you choose to. They say in order to have competitive balance, we have to have a floor. 100% were in favor of removing a transfer portal window during the football season, and many agreed with retooling a transfer window based on better timing for coaches and athletes with academic calendars in mind prior to spring football beginning. 100% want to see performance-based incentives that would reward playing time, particularly for those who outperform their existing contract. Interesting.
Say that again.
100% want to see performance-based initiatives or incentives that would reward playing time, particularly those who outperform their existing contract.
That reward playing time is an interesting one. Normally, it's just like more money. If you're playing really well, you're gonna get.
No.
Playing
They're saying they want incentives in the contract. So similar to like in Major League Baseball, a guy gets to 20
My
wins.
bad. I thought I heard that as
means.
they want the incentive. They want is more playing time.
So they're saying that they want the playing time incentives in there. They want the incentives. The contractual incentive.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
So like if you sign a deal for 10 grand,
mm-hmm.
but there's a performance-based incentive that says if you start 5 games or more, you get another 10 grand, for example.
Yeah, I think those are smart. I mean, always having bonuses work into any contract, I think is a good thing.
100%. These are the GMs from Power 5 schools who were at this meeting are in favor of a 5-year concurrent window of eligibility.
So they're saying get rid of the redshirt year and just allow a player to be there for 5 years.
Exactly.
Interesting.
And then they all agree that agent certification should be necessary, and they would like to see an appropriate fee structure for agent compensation. Because we're hearing deals where there are some people who are purporting to be agents of these players who are making like 20 and 25%. That's not normal agent commission. So they want to not only have a certification process for agents, which I think is important, but then also say, hey, you can't be ripping these kids off.
Yeah.
You can't be charging double or triple what a normal agent's fee is in professional sports.
Yeah, exactly. Which that number is 3% in pro sports, right? 3%. It's not as big as you would think it is.
I thought it was like 5, but yeah.
Either way, it's not 20.
No, it is not 20.
It ain't 20. It ain't 30.
10.
No, it's in the single digits.
So I don't know where this is going to go, but it's interesting that these guys in the middle of training camp left to go to Nashville to talk with athletes.org. Now, to me, the biggest, obviously all these issues are important. To me, it's just being able to herd all these cats.
Yeah.
And this is football general managers.
Yeah, what
about basketball players?
What about baseball players?
What about other revenue sports or sports like volleyball at Nebraska, which have a revenue
Does have
component?
revenue, yeah, for sure.
I mean, are we just talking about organizing football players, or is this about organizing all college athletes?
The more stuff like this happens, the more I just keep feeling how inevitable it is that eventually college football is just going to break off.
It is definitely inevitable. I would agree with you.
It feels like it. I mean, we've been kind of predicting it here on this show
for years,
for a long time now. I've called it the untethering.
Yep.
But it would alleviate a lot of stumbling blocks that are currently in the way. And it would make life a lot easier. I mean, and it could work very simply, right? So Nebraska football, for example, breaks away from the university, which means they get to keep all their revenue. But in exchange for stadium rent, facilities rent, which are all university property, name, image, and likeness, using the name Nebraska Cornhuskers, for example, they could then pay that money to the athletic department, and that's how they keep all the other sports going. But from a legal standpoint, it separates you away from the university, so then you can make them employees easier. You can organize better as a collective bargaining unit, because right now, the thing with college sports is you have public universities, you have private universities.
Yeah.
And they all have different, ways of operating, and you're trying to make all of this make sense.
It's incredible. It's incredible just how complicated this sport can be, and that's not even mentioning the academic calendars. Very tough.
Very tough. Coming up next, it's Michael Severe Monday, which means the happy hour is here.
Whoa!
On this Monday on 1620 The Zone. Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The football is so close. Happy hour is on the air. Wow. Isn't that exciting?
It's August the 4th.
Yeah, it's so close. 19 days away, John.
What are you going to do when it's actually here? You're
Watch
not gonna have anything
it.
to count, but you're not going to have anything to count down to anymore.
The next week's games. It's going to be glorious. Nick, it's going to
Your
be
whole
glorious.
life is just looking ahead, isn't
To
it?
football, yes.
Well, what's that line? All your life, all you've thought about is the future, never about where you are or what you're doing. Remember Yoda little poking Luke with the stick?
Well,
That's you.
now I'm enjoying the here and now because Michael Severe is in the building virtually.
Michael, did you realize the irony of your tweet wishing for a post-game show for the practice, knowing that you actually would have been the one that probably should have been hosting said show?
I would have done it. I love hosting all those shows.
Oh, I know, but you were
huge fan.
planning for it while you're driving home, and then you
Well,
realized
when you're
that
driving
you
home,
probably
you know, there's stuff to listen to. You know, I could have done it while driving home. I watch games driving home. Listen,
Michael,
I want to give shout outs to Nick Grimm.
Why?
Who has accomplished his greatest feat as a producer of unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com.
ZoneTV.live.
Thank you very much, Nick. I appreciate it. You initiated the Kansas City Chiefs training camp warning system. There's now a thing that plays before it comes on so I can get to the radio to shut that as fast as I possibly can. So thank you very much, Josh, for accomplishing. Nick, for doing that.
I was going to say, I didn't do anything.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Good job, Nick.
Nice job. I heard it today. I was like, thank you. Because a couple days, last week sometime, it came on. I didn't know it was coming. I was like, who snuck this in? I'm so mad. And then, so good job. Good job.
Good job, Nick.
Thanks. I'll take credit for
All
that.
right, perfect.
Let's start with what you saw on Saturday night. What is it about this receiver room, based on what you've seen so far, do you like the most? Ooh.
I would like to, before we get started any of this, is to have a little caveat, okay?
Okay.
I am in the 3 weeks of the busiest time of my life. I got the auction roundtable coming up. I got to get all the auction items. The Cubs are one of the few groups that haven't sent their auction item in yet, so that's very stressful on my life. Plus, I have not yet raised the $2,500 I need to raise to be able to march in the 50-mile march. So I'm doing that as well. Plus, there's other stuff happening, obviously. So I will say that with the caveat that I came in from practice not in the best moods.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad. I almost wish I didn't go. Now, wide receiver is not the issue. That was not the one. Not having Dane Key out there, of course, is depressing because that's one of the reasons why I think Nebraska's going to be really good, because I think Dan Key's going to be very good. But at the same time, I thought Keelan Smith, especially when it comes to double moves, man, he made a bunch of guys look really bad on double moves all night long under the lights on Saturday. Quinn Clark looks good out there as a 6'5" guy. Ja'Cory Barney just filled with energy. I knew he's going to be good. I'm not worried about him at all. We even had one of the guys that I didn't know we were going to see much of, because I didn't see a ton of them in practice before, was Isaiah Hunter, who I know is supposed to be one of the starters. But that Monday we went, it didn't seem like he was kind of with the first group. He kind of made up for that a little bit. So I think the wide receiver group's going to be fine. It's so many other places that after watching practice, I have certain worries about. I do.
Interesting.
All right. Well, along those lines, then, Michael, going into practice, where because you're going to have opinions, and so you're going to go in wondering if those opinions are going to be founded or unfounded. It was one of the positions that you're alluding to right now, one that you ended up being wrong about, or was it just kind of emphasizing how you already thought?
Because Monday I looked at primarily the offense. I went in looking, I'm going to concentrate on watching the defense and watching position battles and individuals with defense. I wanted to watch that. So I had a certain feeling about what the secondary was going to be and what it could be. And, you know, you can say that maybe the offense and the wide receivers had a good day. The way it always works, as Matt Rule says, on the other side of the coin, somebody didn't have to have a great day, right? And so I thought Marshall did okay, although one of those double moves by Keelan Smith was on Marshall and made him look pretty bad. Sierra Wright is, you know, he's fine, is what he is. Sometimes I think he takes too many chances, grabs and holds a lot. The amount of flags that could have been thrown. My brother-in-law actually was on the crew out there for the officials. They could have thrown 100 flags for holding and or pass interference. A lot of grabbing the whole time. And the offense, and still, with all that said, the wide receivers won most of the battle. So I don't know. The secondary has me a little bit worried by the way they played, and maybe that's about Nebraska and Dylan Raiola doing things correctly. I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing, that middle linebacker position or the inside linebacker position, and I think that, you know, they have bodies. I don't know about that rotation. I don't know about the rotation because I think that the transfer guy, Watson Trent, looks undersized to me when I see him on the field. They say he's 5'11" something. He does not look 5'11" something to me while looking at him. I worry about that in the Big Ten. I watched a lot of clips of him playing against Boise last year, against a team that had some physicality. I didn't love that. I think Vincent Shavers is great. The kid's electric, but he's only one guy. And then behind them, I watch Bauer play, and I just don't see it. I don't know what they see in him. I just what's that line where they say stupid and dumb or whatever, not the way to go through life from that the movie, whatever that line is. Well, slow and inability to take good angles and not be able to cover is not a way to play inside linebacker either. And so I worry about that. That worries me. The depth at that inside linebacker, because everybody else is young after that. You know, guys are young after those guys. So I'm a little bit more worried about that position and the secondary, by the way, they played on Saturday night.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through
Thank
life.
you. Animal House, very much. Yes, Animal House. Fat, drunk, and stupid. No way to go through
also
life.
not a good way to go through life as a linebacker. Fat, drunk, and stupid.
No. And I watch. You know, you go out there and you watch, and you don't ever want to put too much value on it. But if you spend a good 10 minutes watching a guy, every one of his drills, and you come away going, I just don't get it. I'm not a coach, but if I watched a guy in a combine go out there and do all those things, I would go, he's not getting drafted, you know? So if that's a guy they're going to count on playing back there, I wonder. I just wonder.
So does this knock down a little bit your bullishness on the defense?
I still like the defensive.
It's always about the front.
I still like the defensive line, and I like the fact that, I mean, it looks like they're going to play both their rush guys. It looks like McCullough and McGahee are going to both be on the field at the same time, which I would love to see. You know, kind of that freeway package that NFL teams run where they just bring their speed guys in. So I would love to see both those guys on the field at the same time. No offense to anybody else who in that position, but I'd love to see those guys on the field at the same time. I think that Keona Davis and Van Poppel and what they're going to do with the rotation of Judy and Linhart and that, I think is going to be good. I think they got a good 6-7 guys up in there. They could get George back. That'd be nice to have George back to give him one more body. But I'm not concerned about that as much as I am concerned about the second level, if they're injuries, and then the way that secondary played on Saturday night. And maybe that was a day where the offense just had the better of the defense. You never know with those things.
But normally you hear this time of year, you always hear about the defense being ahead first. So it is kind of interesting that's what, I mean, not always, but it seems like defense ahead of the offense.
Two reasons why the defense wouldn't be in this time of year. And one of them is not a new coordinator, obviously, a new guy they hadn't really listened to before. And Butler obviously was there for the bowl game, and they know him because he was defensive backs coach. The other thing is, if you're replacing a lot of guys and you got to try to find out who your starters are, and they have a ton of bodies, all these bodies, but do they really know who their best players are currently? I don't know. And so as you're trying to figure that out, maybe the defense wouldn't be as good, because really, if you have Holgorsen with those last 4 games and having this whole offseason prepare, I would say the offense, I would hope, would be more prepared based off of what they have coming back and where Holgorsen is and what kind of play caller he is too. You got one guy who is shown that he's a top 20, top 25 offensive play caller, and another guy who hasn't done it a lot.
Michael, kind of a similar question, the one I asked you, but from the positive perspective, was there any position or player that you went in thinking one thing and not like that you were super down on them, but that either you feel awesome, I was right on that, or that maybe they surprised you in the positive way?
You know, I thought so. Let's talk about some backup guys.
Okay.
And I don't know how to pronounce his name. Petrazak, Cade. I don't know how to say his last name. I know it's not said the way it's spelled. And I need to fix that. I need to figure that out before Big Red Wrap-Up starts. But watching him as a freshman, as a true freshman, man, that kid is explosive. I thought him as being the next Nash, where he's the next Ty or Van Poppel. I think he's that guy. So I was very impressed by him, watching him both in drills and then watching him, come off the line of scrimmage when he was going. Obviously, he wasn't going against the first team offensive line because he's not a first team defensive line guy. So I was impressed by that. I already mentioned Keelan Smith. I don't know where I had Keelan Smith on the list of guys, but coming out of Saturday, he definitely moves up that list for me. Mekhi Nelson was impressed. They really only have currently, with injuries and everything, they have two backs.
Yeah.
They got two. Emmett Johnson is your starter, and then Mekhi. Let's call Mekhi Nelson 3/4. So that's 1 3/4. Then after that, Mosey's got a long way to go. Mosey reminds me of, and John, you may remember this with your boys. When they first learn how to walk and they feel really comfortable for a second, and all of a sudden they do something really weird, like there's times when he took handoffs where you could tell where it was supposed to go, but he did some wide receiver kind of stuff, in the middle. I'm like, what are you doing? Stay where you are. That's your path. And he didn't quite do it. So he's learning, obviously, learning how to be a college running back.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think Connor Booth is going to be a functional running back in this system eventually. Is he ready to be thrown in there right now? Maybe not right now. Middle of the season? I think so. So that's another little, maybe a quarter you can throw out there with that. But if Ives doesn't come back healthy, they're just in a weird spot. Just don't have enough depth there at running back. And let me old man Michael with my glasses on.
I love it.
Old man Michael. I don't like when a guy is injured and he's on the sideline joking around. I just don't like it. I'm like, you're injured. Do your rehab. Be serious. I don't want to see you screwing around and doing fake karate with people on the sideline. You're injured. You should be miserable. You should be sad. You should not be. There should be no kind of happiness.
Me in February, I was in a horrible mood every day.
Exactly. So so that was a little disappointing in the way Ives was acting on the sideline, but that's his personality, obviously. But that's not what I want to see personally. That's an old man watching something going, that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Was Emmett, as like a lot of people seem to come away saying he has gotten better. Did you feel that way about EJ?
Emmett's second gear speed.
Mm-hmm.
So getting into the hole, making good decisions, coming out of the hole and everything, but the speed of which he's coming out of it, that's the biggest. So we get to see inside run, Emmett goes and Nelson goes and Mosey goes and Connor Booth goes and the next guy goes. There's something different about when he shifts into second gear or third gear. It's just quicker. And you notice it right away. Yeah, his acceleration. And that's part of what Nebraska, and you guys watched Nebraska for a long time. That was one of the things they did better than anybody else. With their training and the way they tested, they wanted to make sure that your explosion was a big part of your run, a big part of your blocking, a big part of everything. And you can see that in him. He's developed into more of an explosive back coming out of the pile. That looks good. Always catches the ball really well. Matter of fact, they've got several guys that can catch the ball in the backfield. I mean, obviously, Mosey can catch the ball in the backfield, and Booth shows that he can do that too. And the other two guys obviously are pretty good at catching the ball in the backfield. So they do that really well. But yeah, you can see Emmett's a little bit bigger, but he's definitely more explosive coming out of the pile.
Watching Carter Nelson, do you have a different outlook now on what his season could be?
I would like to invoke my Fifth Amendment rights privileges when it comes to Carter. I would like to do that. I think it's my Fourth Amendment, my Fifth Amendment, my 16th Amendment, all 14, all those amendments that I can use for this. I hope he does really well. I do. I hope he does really well. I hope he does great. I don't know. I mean, he's still coming back. So I don't think you can judge him right now based off of the way he looks, in my opinion, based off of expectations of what he's supposed to be. Let me say it that way. So I don't think you can judge him yet. Maybe in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then when I watch him, maybe the judgment will be different. But I mean, I think he's just coming back right now. I mean, I don't think he looks. Lindenmeyer and Harbaugh Harburg, I think, are very much in front of him in doing a lot of different things. But, we'll see what happens to him.
You mentioned, Michael, earlier we were talking about the receivers versus the defensive backs. Just a general question about the throw game and what you saw from Dylan Raiola, given that obviously the season's going to, for the most part, hinge on how he plays.
I still want him to read and deliver faster in 11-on-11. I just do. There's a couple times when you're watching practice, and even on 7-on-7, you'll see the first guy that's open, right? And it's just a little Y stick or something. And he's open and he doesn't take it, but because he doesn't take it, everything else is covered. So he's got to hold it. The amount of time he's holding it back there, he's going to get rushed. I mean, there's going to be guys in his face. Then he kind of takes off. He ran a couple times and looked good running, by the way. Looked like he was a little bit faster, but I want to see him get rid of that. I want to never go broke taking a profit. I think that needs to be stapled on everything in his house. You'll never go broke taking a profit. Get that ball out of your hand quicker. The Big Ten is loaded with defensive backs who are going to the NFL. They're loaded with defensive coordinators who know what the hell they're doing and know how to prepare for you. Take it. Get rid of it. Get the ball out. I'd like to see that happen a little bit faster. That's the one thing I say about him. I think obviously his arm strength is good enough, and he's big enough, and he'll be fine. Big hands, big arm, all that. But I just want to see him read a little bit more.
Yeah.
For fear of losing your credentials again, because talking about the offensive line nearly got you kicked out.
Yeah.
If you had to rank the tackles in order, you got Gatula, Canuck, Pritchett, and Prohaska. What's your ranking of the tackles?
Based off of Monday and off of Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I would say out of the ones I watched, I think the guy who's played the best was Saturday night Prohaska at right tackle. I thought he looked really healthy, looked really good. When he's healthy, we've seen it before. He can look really good. Then I probably would go with Gatula based off of what I saw on Monday and what I saw, then Pritchard, then Canuck. That's how I probably would go in order. I think Pritchard's going to be the starter. I think that, they're paying him too much money. I really thought about asking that question in the press conference, and press conference is not for me. It's not. It's for the guys who need to write stories and do all of that. But he was having a conversation about competition and trying to figure out starters. And I really wanted just to say, and I will, when we get the interview for Big Red Wrap-Up, it's one of the questions I want to ask him. I mean, it's in the NFL. You can say whatever you want about it being a meritocracy, but there's guys who get more of a chance because of how much money they make and their contracts. Is the same thing true now in college football? Can you say to yourself and say to your general manager and your money people, hey, I know this guy isn't the best guy. I think this guy might be the best guy, but he's making more money. I'm playing him. Is that a decision that's going to be made in Nebraska and throughout college football? I don't know.
Did they kind of go through that last year, though, with Mazuka?
But they quickly, I think Mazuka had more of he had other issues. Like, it wasn't play.
Yeah.
That wasn't play. I think that was more about, he came in with the guy as a guy who was just a little weird, a little different. He got in trouble everywhere he'd been. We didn't even know if he was going to stay around after spring, right? Because he tried to transfer again and found out he couldn't. So I think that was a little bit different. This is more of who do I think is just playing better at tackle right now? And could you make your decision based off of that, solely off of that, nothing off the field, nothing going to class, none of that, just based off of that? Can you easily say, this is one of my highest paid guys in terms of profits, either NIL or the share? Can I not play him? I don't know. I don't know how you do that.
Michael, we always say, like, hey, take it with a grain of salt, and then you describe something potentially positive. How big is that grain of salt in regards to the kicking game right now?
Well, that looked great. The snap. Let's go back from the beginning, right? The snaps were great. The kid from New Hampshire was delivering snaps, and he snapped the majority of the time. They rotated holders out, and they did well. Gramstad was a holder, and Sam Koch's kid was a holder, and so they both did a good job. Then all you can ask for is in a lineup and make them, and nobody missed. I think they kicked about 8 or 9 they started off like a 37-yard kicks back to 42, 43 and switched hash marks, and everybody made their kicks. You can't ask for more than that when it comes to field goals. And then the punting, Archie, man, he's good. He stood back there from about the 45 to the 50-yard line and kicked everything pretty much inside the 15 or the 10. A couple times he got it down to the 3-2, bounced out of bounds a couple times. So he's just good at what he does. What I want to see him do, and we won't see this to a game, obviously, right? I want to see him, functionally catch it, get out there in his little rollout. Let me see him kick it against competition, and let's see how they cover. Because that's the other part of all this. We can talk about how you punt and the snap and all that, but how are you covering? Are you still going to be the team that occasionally against a Rutgers or a Minnesota gives up a touchdown return on punt return, which is devastating, as we know. So I can't wait to see that. But just him standing back there with not a lot of rush, he looks good. He's good at what he's doing.
There you go. A nice breakdown of everything that he saw.
I got one more thing for you,
more?
Michael. One more thing. And a reminder, Michael's going to be in for you on Wednesday. So lots more football stuff coming up this week. Did you realize, Michael, that writing numbers instead of names on Twitter when you were describing the action would trigger as many people as it did?
What?
There was lots of conversation online about why is Michael writing numbers? Why can't Michael write names? My group chat was popping off.
Really? I had no idea. So I've always been a numbers guy.
Uh-huh.
That's just the way that I think about the game a lot of times. If I'm watching another team and I'm scouting them, I'm always putting the numbers. It goes faster. It takes up less space. I mean, Twitter's limited, right? Yeah. So I did not even know I had no idea it was an issue. I don't see what you see on Twitter. I just don't. They don't pop up for me. They don't come up. And so
he has a lot of people muted is what he's saying.
When I put like 80, 85, and 89,
I mean, that was the one, your wide receiver tweet. People are like, who are these people?
Well, how hard is well, God, go to the roster. Why can't they go to the roster? I mean, it's like, and hold on. Tom, give me a 20. Are you not a fan of this damn team?
Got him.
No, it's like the damn Cowboy fans when I was growing up and you'd ask them who a number was. They didn't know them because you're like, you don't follow it. You just think the Cowboys are this. You don't even know the players. If you are a fan of this team, and that used to happen all the time, if you are a player, or if you are a fan of this team, you should know the players, especially the guys who have been talked about this camp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quinn Clark, because of his size, Jeremiah Jones, because of his size, and then now Keelan Smith, also because of his size and because he's one of the wide receivers that have a chance to play. I mean, give me a break. It's not like offensive linemen where you don't know all their names. You should know the wide receivers.
I'll stand up for the fans a little bit.
Oh,
no. Because I defend Michael on this. First of all, he's the one that's taking time out of his schedule to go watch this and writing all this stuff down. He's providing the information. You can bother to get up off your ass, Google the roster.
Or just stay on your ass and Google the roster on your phone.
And start to learn the numbers. This is a good time of year to start to learn the numbers. That way, when we get to the first game and you go, who's 72? Who is 72? You'll know this already.
I believe that's Machechek. I think is 72. I think. I that's all I'm doing right now. I'm learning the names too because there's so many different numbers. There's so many new guys. That's what I'm doing. I'm going through and learning. There's occasionally where I got to go and go, well, who's that? And then you start looking at him like Gage Stinger. I knew what Gage looked like, but I wasn't sure he wore 47. I checked it real quick and but I apologize.
No,
I was going fast.
Apologize to these people. These are weird people that follow Josh. They're the same people that get triggered.
No, it wasn't people who followed me.
I thought they were.
No, it was people responding to Michael. I saw it in the mentions.
Oh, well, I have to go back and look at the mentions. I didn't see that.
And I saw them. Yeah, they're not my followers.
They're weird people.
So I did hear Connor Happer on his show today describe it as you have to understand how Michael tweets to kind of get all the information, but there's a lot of good information there. And I kind of knew what he said. I knew what he meant. Sometimes
because I'm old. Is that what it is? Because I'm old.
I think sometimes you just forget words or words aren't there.
Oh, I do. Yeah, there's no doubt. Because sometimes I will do voice tweets, but I was definitely not doing voice tweets then. And I was trying to watch and tweet. I thought I hope the stuff I did in the morning, the next day, when I had a chance to sit down and tweet all that stuff out. I tried to do a better job there, but yeah, I do occasionally.
Do not apologize. We're not. You're not writing Shakespeare here, okay?
Wow.
It's shorthand for practice.
It's practice. I don't know why there was no big red overreaction for it. That's all I want to know.
Because I
wanted something to listen to.
Posted it was at the practice.
I would have. No, Gary was there. Wasn't Gary there?
Then I don't know. You and Gary.
I'm pretty sure Gary was there. I think Gary was there. Could you imagine if afterwards we would have set up something and did a big red overreaction from the stadium?
No, that's a scary precedent to set, Michael.
Yeah, that would have been incredible. That would have been incredible.
I'll say this: it would have done numbers on YouTube. It would have done crazy.
It would have done crazy numbers. The one guy I did not mention, who I'm a big fan of, is Donovan Jones, who I think can be a really good player. I've heard mixed stuff from people about him, people I respect. And so because I tweeted out He was everywhere. I thought he was making a bunch of plays. Then I heard maybe he didn't have a great practice. So just want to put that out there. I thought he looked great. I like him at corner. They had him out there playing safety. So hopefully he gets to play corner. I think he's the second or third best pure coverage guy in physicality, in footwork, in being able to stay in phase. I think Donovan Jones can be really good. But again, I respect people who say certain things. So we'll see.
You want to see something goofy?
What?
So allegedly, there's talk of maybe trying to expand our pregame coverage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We do 20 hours. Well, you and I do 20 hours. We do 60 hours of radio
This is
a week.
on Saturdays.
Oh.
Before home games.
Jimmy Allen, is he doing a pregame show?
No. Oh. The proposal is for us to do it.
Us, as in
Michael and myself.
The old guy hour?
The old guy hour.
Yeah, old guy hour. I like that. I like that.
So as part of the effort to try to get people excited for this, our one of our great sales reps here, Heather, she asked the Chat GPT to.
Oh, not AI slop.
Oh, no.
I think you're going to like this.
I like how you're Husker and he is Huskers.
I also like the fact that I'm carrying the ball because obviously I'm faster.
Nice.
29 is such a horrible number. No offense to anybody who's wore 29, but 29 is a brutal number for an off. Well, I'm playing defense, obviously. I'm blocking for you. I'm a fullback with 29.
Yeah, you're a fullback.
Because 29 should not be carrying the ball
That's
very
actually
many
pretty
places.
good. They actually did a nice job of making us look kind of like us.
Now, what's up with, okay, I got a lot of questions. So the face masks aren't covering your faces. There are 2 stripes on the right sleeves, but only 1 on the left sleeve. And then as I pointed out, John's helmet says Husker and Michael says Huskers.
Yeah, I'm for the Huskers. He's for a Husker.
Also, John's beard is way too red in that. I mean, that goatee is.
It's getting
That is a red beard.
We need more Santa Claus.
That's AI, huh?
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about that taking over the country and the world anytime soon. Don't worry about Terminator. If that's what they can present, don't worry about Terminator stuff happening anytime soon.
Wait, we're doing a pregame show? Is this the official announcement?
No.
Oh,
there's talk.
How do we get it to happen? Do a letter writing campaign?
Why don't you sponsor it, Josh?
I don't have money.
It can be the 1620 the pregame brought to you by Josh Peterson.
I don't have that kind of cash. I know what we charge.
Well, tell your friends, tell your neighbor, put together. So, you know what? While you're donating to Michael's 50 mile run, March, 50 mile march, you can also donate to 1620.
So you're saying if
pregame.
there's like an intrepid listener out there who says, I would love a pregame show, and
With
they
2 old guys.
they own a business, maybe they could sponsor it.
I do so much prep that just goes wasted. It would be great to have some place to use it.
It would. And we'd be at the stadium.
Excellent question from Jordan. Is this John's way of getting out of Big Red overreaction? Interesting, Mr. I love the post-game show.
I never said that.
I said that. I love the post-game show.
I have never said that.
John's trying to give me crap because I say I don't want to take calls for 2 hours, and yet now he's trying to back out of it.
No.
What are you trying to do?
See, if I'm going to host the show, we're going to take calls.
Yeah, but you don't want to host the show.
But if I'm doing a pregame show, I can't host the show.
Oh, interesting. I hope this happens. I would love this show. You two would kick ass. I hope this happens.
It would be
I think it would be fun. I think it'd be good. I also want to remind you, August 21st, Herd at Sports Bar. It is a roundtable, black shirt roundtable, 1980s. Danny Noonan's going to be there. 1990s. You heard of Jay Foreman before. Jason Peter will be there. And then 2000, Zach Bowman, who doesn't do a lot of this, will be there as well. Tons of great auction items.
This will be good.
It's going to be August 21st, starting at 6:30. There are tickets out there to buy. It goes to a great cause, Jet Award Foundation, Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship. So get out there and please fill up Herd at Sports Bar for us. Be great.
And what's the website again to get tickets?
So just go to thejetaward.com, thejetaward.com. All the information's there, tickets, registering. I mentioned we have a signed Cubs jersey that is coming from the Cubs, hopefully soon. That's going to be a part of it as well. We have a really cool Rick Upchurch signed Denver Broncos jersey.
Nice.
1970s, 1980s, all return team for all NFL. So
that's
yeah,
right.
We got a
He's
bunch
one
of
of the
good
best.
stuff. Yep, one of the best ever.
Jetaward.com. Go there and get your tickets. It should,
Yes.
should be a really good round table.
It'll be
Really-
a good round table. I think so. I think it'll be a really
Sounds
good
like
round
it. It really does. All right, there he is, Michael Severe, the executive director of the Jet Award. By the way, you know it's a legit award because it's in the game. It's in the video game.
Well, when the game comes out, like in September is when all the rewards. So in September it will be.
That'll
Takes
be
a
cool in
while.
September.
Yeah. What do they call that thing when they do the? It's not an update.
Patch.
It's
Right, Nick?
huh?
They call it patch. They call it a patch.
It's a full patch. They've only did a partial patch so far. The full patch is coming and will be in the game for the full.
Is the full patch that you get to hand out the trophy on the video game?
That would be so cool. Well, it'd be Johnny. Why would it be me? It'd be Johnny. Johnny would be. Johnny comes out there like, with his little bow legs, and he comes out there and hands it out to somebody. That would be really cool. That would be hilarious if they did that. AI at its finest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks,
guys.
Michael.
Bye, Michael.
Bye-bye.
And Michael will be on the Grum on Wednesday.
He'll be filling in for you on Wednesday. Yeah, we got him. We got Caleb Henry. We got Mike Stibbs this week for fill-ins.
No, you're batting 333.
Nice. By the way, so again, we're efforting a pregame show. Now, would this be for every game?
Home game.
Every home game. Now, a great idea from Kevin Kugler coming in.
Oh, I'm sure this is good.
Pre and post, please. Overreacting permanently. America would love it.
Well, we already have the post-game show.
Yeah.
Called Big Red Overreaction.
But it could be you and Michael every week. How great would that be?
No,
Think about that as an audience member. You
wouldn't
want
work.
the old guy hour? No, you want 2 old guy hours.
Well, you would. The pregame show would be 2 hours.
You want 4 old guy
No,
hours.
you don't want 4.
I do. I miss
Because we're old and we need our naps.
it's like the old days with Unsportsmanlike Conduct
And
with
you would
John
want-
Bishop and Michael Severe.
and
The
you
era
would
people
want-
forget about.
You would want Michael and I to stay for the whole game so we don't miss a thing.
Would I?
Yes,
Why do
because
I
us
care?
those old people don't like leaving games early. We're not that new wave audience that leaves with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
get home for supper.
No.
Man, I hope that we make this happen. That would be super cool. Seriously, it would be pretty cool. Now, you getting out of overreaction is a bridge too far, though. I know the person who's putting together that schedule. I'm going to reach out to him. I wish I could help fill in, but I'll be traveling around the country. So
Liar.
Liar? What do you think when I take photos from the tiny baby field at Northwestern?
You'd make up a story like, well, I'm
Make up.
the backup to the guy who runs the chain gang.
I would never.
And I have to be there just in case the chain gang collapses.
Why would the chain gang collapse? I would never say.
Have you
such
seen
a
the
thing.
age of some of the people that run the chain gang?
Excellent point.
They could
Excellent
always
point.
use a young backup.
Sam writes, I want Big Red overnight with Severe and Bishop. 6 hours of post game. Wow, what a great idea. Nick, you're the director of a lot of things. Could we make Big Red overnight happen?
Then how's Michael going to do his show on Sunday? He's going to be very tired.
He's the director of email. Well, you know, Michael doesn't sleep.
He's got to sleep a little bit.
Yeah, like 2 hours.
Do you really want the 2 gross old men to do something overnight, though?
Gross old
Yeah,
men?
that's true, man. We could talk about a lot of stuff like, hey, did you see those cheerleaders today?
That's what I'm saying. You want the after hours John and Michael
Hey,
perv
welcome to
hour?
hour 7 of our post-game show. Tonight, we're going to talk about the hot members of the cheerleaders.
We're talking about the American Eagle jeans commercial.
Or like the perv hour.
Oh.
I had a better
It's Husker
name.
talk the way it used to be. Sexist.
Chance Oliver trying to reach out to potential sponsors has tagged Bad Boy Mowers. Maybe we could get the Bad Boy Mowers
Ooh,
pregame
yeah, if I could
show.
get a bad boy mower out of the deal, that'd be pretty cool.
That would be really cool. Really cool. All right, well, we'll see if we can make this happen.
We got some content coming up. Let's see. Caleb Williams, not sure about him.
Oh, boy.
The New York Yankees, not sure about them.
Oh, boy.
And speaking of old guys.
Oh.
A really old guy who's still with us.
And will be with us forever?
No, we're not talking about him.
That's all right. Jared's never going anywhere.
Yes, he is.
Jared's still got about 20 years to catch up to this dude.
Mm.
We'll tell you about that and a whole lot more. It's the Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Well, more backseat producing.
No, it is
It
not.
wasn't backseat producing.
That was just.
By the
letting
way,
him know.
far be it for me to congratulate anyone who plays for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Why? What?
But
baseball?
Former Blue Jay Isaac Collins was named the National League Rookie of the Month.
Oh, is he like one of the great Blue Jays they showed up on the graphic earlier, but didn't include Bob Gibson for
That
some
was
reason?
So they were doing an interview with the midday show or the afternoon show on MLB Network, and Isaac Collins is doing this nice interview from the dugout, and of course they have the little graphics, and it shows a page of notable Creighton alums in baseball.
Yeah,
and it shows Scott Service and
here it is.
Dennis Rasmussen.
So it's Isaac Collins, Dennis Rasmussen, Scott Service, and Nicky Lopez. But not
Bob Gibson.
What are we doing?
Who's like the legend, right? You know? I'm guessing it was some young who did it because youngs don't.
Hey.
I mean, the fact that they even put Dennis Rasmussen in there is fairly impressive. But that
I
they
don't know who that
missed
is.
Bob Gibson.
Yeah, that's tough.
But
it'd be like missing Lewis
it'd be like
Hamilton.
on a list of great Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, here we go.
They'd put
What?
anybody's name on there.
Because they're all great.
Or great Cowboys who currently aren't practicing with the team.
Damn it.
And they don't have Micah Parsons.
Jerry, sign him, you idiot.
Jerry, don't die.
You idiot.
You two have hit on seemingly everything that came out of the 1890 extravaganza on Saturday, but do you have any leftover thoughts for the on their way home crowds?
I think Michael gave you a pretty good synopsis of what's going down. I kind of had the same reaction, reading about the battle between the defensive backs and the wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, anytime one side of the ball dominates and you trump that, you look at the other side and go, oh no, what about them?
Yep.
But some of the things that Michael had to say, and if you just missed it, go check it out in the radio replay section or just rewind to this YouTube video and you can hear it for yourself. But I'll be curious to see, because sometimes we come into a season with a certain perception of this thing that we know these guys are going to be good, and we just kind of set it off to the side and don't think about it. But it's always good to look at everything, even your strengths, with a critical eye.
Yeah, definitely. I'll say this just to add something new, a comment, an email that we got from our dearest friend, Money Chris. Nothing says let's get excited about the season like hearing Michael when evaluating the guy who is the absolute, no doubt, number one running back. And the statement is, well, at least he has gotten better. Holy bleep. I am still a part of the Emmett Johnson hive. He's going to be good. Other takeaways, I think that you hit on some of them. It did make me, as someone who is in the defense will be just fine camp, it did make me pause and wonder if perhaps you are right about the offense taking a step forward and the defense taking a noticeable step back at the very least. You hope he's right about the kicking game, though. Because, you want to talk about a way in which Nebraska could maybe not lose 1,000 one-score games if they could snap the ball and kick field goals. Those are important things to do.
What should we make of this tweet by ESPN's Dan Orlovsky comparing the cap hit of Dak Prescott to the cap hit of Eagles' Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith?
Oh, what a fun, exciting question that makes me want to jump off of the top of NRG Media.
Well, but
you'd like breaking
far be it,
leg if you did that.
Far be it for me to defend anything the Cowboys do. But in the tweet, it says cap hit this season. So Dak's cap hit's going to be $50.5 million. The trio of Hurts, Brown, and Smith, three of the most important players on the Eagles, their combined cap hit will be less than $47 million. And then Orlovsky concludes, unserious versus serious. Now, certainly some of the criticism could have been maybe this cap hit wouldn't have been so bad if they would have negotiated a better deal with Dak.
And that's the problem.
When they were there.
I don't think he's saying Dak isn't worthy of a lot of money.
Correct.
The issue
Hurts, is when they negotiated these deals.
Hurts, Brown, and Smith have all gotten new deals since they've been on the Eagles. Hurts got his after the Super Bowl. I don't remember when the first Super Bowl. I don't remember when Brown and Smith did, but they've all signed new deals with the team. And remember, they have all joined the franchise since 2020. 2020 for Hurts, but Smith and Brown are 2021 and 2022. So they've all done new deals,
Right.
but they get it done early. And that, again, continues to be the problem with the Cowboys. It is ridiculous. It is so annoying. And you know what? After this year, they're going to have to do the same thing with Tyler Smith ahead of next year on the offensive line, and they're probably going to be slow to do it, and it's going to cause a problem. Not great.
You good?
No.
Is it out of your system?
I'm like John earlier when he was yelling and calling me names.
Well, I mean, it was.
But I want to do that to Jerry Jones.
But I won't let you because, Jerry, you need to live.
No. And now I'm hearing that the Netflix documentary is actually pretty good, and that makes me triggered because I don't want to watch it.
I'm not going to. So you have to watch it for us.
You're probably going to hate watch it.
Yes.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Caleb Williams is throwing the football in camp.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's the best part of that whole thing.
Is he going to be a bust?
Did you see the other video that came out of?
I did not.
So there was a video. So that was in a scrimmage. It looked like
And by the way, for those on the radio who couldn't see it, so he's getting flushed out of the pocket, and in an attempt, it appears to throw the ball away. He ends up just throwing a YOLO ball that ends up getting intercepted.
So the other video that made its way on the internet this weekend was one of those drills where it's the kind of mesh netting, but it has the little spots for the football to go into. John, I think you and I could replicate the performance. Not only does he, I mean, some of them don't even hit the net, and then he gets really mad.
I don't think that's fair because in a football game, you're throwing at a person and not a net with a hole in it, guys.
Interesting, but the great quarterbacks Nick throw it to the holes.
Maybe they'd be better if they didn't.
Look, I don't want to definitively say a guy's going to be a bust or not based off of a scrimmage and then a drill. But I mean, man, I was a believer in Caleb Williams, but you know, there are sometimes, John, where the beginning of their career is such a detriment to them that they're never able to claw out of it. And why they kept Eberflus going into 2024 when we all knew he was probably going to get fired, and then he was the first Bears coach to ever get fired in season. I don't think that helped his development. So I will not answer Nick's question on if he's going to be a bust or not. That's a bad question, Nick.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think you not answering that question makes you a bust.
Wow. John didn't answer it.
That's why I call you the bust boy.
What about you, John?
I mean, he's a Bears quarterback. I think that's all you need to know.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Costco is selling discounted tickets for several CFB schools ahead of the season. You got South Carolina, Purdue, Virginia, Baylor, Oklahoma State. I guess not everybody's counting down to football season, though.
How about South Carolina having to sell these discount packages? They're supposed to be good this year. Purdue, I understand. Who wants to watch that crap? But
yeah,
South Carolina?
Yeah, they have a good fan base. They usually
And
like
Baylor,
going to games.
Baylor, they play in a tiny little baby stadium. It's a brand new stadium. It's a tiny baby
I think
stadium.
most of these stadiums are tiny baby stadiums outside of South Carolina. You know, is this better or worse than Nebraska offering like the 3-game packages that they always send out?
Well, the fact that they're
Costco.
showing up at Costco. In fact, some of these packages apparently include like vouchers for parking or like concessions.
Nebraska should do this if they're trying to keep the sellout streak alive.
They should do this to
I remember the
alleviate
red
those
carpet
sky high expenses on concessions.
Not a bad
that you
idea.
don't want people to know about.
I don't care. I don't care that the beer was $12.
You know what? Maybe
Nick?
maybe if Nebraska did this, they could work out a deal to where you could get Costco dogs and Costco pizza.
Now that is a great
It's
deal.
the chicken bake.
I love pizza and hot dogs.
Oh, what are you going to do with a chicken bake? There's no
It's
microwave.
essentially a hot pocket, John.
It's bad enough you can't even go to the bathroom in that stadium. It takes you a quarter and a half. You're asking them to microwave a hot pocket?
No, have you ever had a Costco chicken bake?
I've never heard of it.
They're like this big, and it's just a chicken bacon hot pocket. It's kind of good. They just give it to you. Here
Chicken
you go.
bacon hot pocket.
Why is it so big?
I don't know, John, but it's delicious.
That's what she said.
Iowa State and coach Matt Campbell have finalized a contract extension through 2032.
Whoa!
Campbell will earn $5 million per year in total compensation. This, according to friend of the Grum, Max Olson. Is this a good move by both parties?
Definitely. Though I will say this, John. Kind of surprised Matt Campbell's only making $5 million a year. That's a steal if I'm being honest.
Remember when $5 million was a lot?
I do. Those days are over. Just like beer being $8 at a football game, those days are over. But in all seriousness, I was a little surprised by that, given the success he's had. And I know it's not always like a straight line of really good play. They've had their ups and downs, but they're coming off of a really good season. I figured he would be at least in the $6 million range. But yeah, good for them locking him down a little bit longer. He's been the it coach at various points throughout his career.
He has been, but then he had that little bit of a slide, and it kind of took him off all the, most wanted lists. And now he's been at that program long enough where he's almost become like an institution, especially for a school that has had little football success historically, like Iowa State. Is there still time for Matt Campbell to get back on the most wanted list?
Good question.
I mean, he's still very young, all things considered. I don't even think he's 50 yet.
I'm going to guess 48.
He might even be like 45.
45. He'll turn 46 in November.
What? Wasn't there a rumor that he was going to end up at some NFL team? Was that the Chargers?
I thought it was one of the Midwest teams. I thought it was maybe like the Bears.
I think the
Bears. That's right.
There's been a lot of chatter about him being a coach that would leave either there or go to the pros. Really since he had that really big breakthrough year, during COVID, but still never happened.
Josh, you were taking it pretty hard from friend of the Grum, Matt DeMarinis, over the weekend as the Cowboys' summer of discontent continues to roll on.
Yes, thank you, Nick.
Would you like to fire back at our resident Yankee fan after his team got swept by the Marlins and fell out of second place in the AL East? But remind you, be gentle, because it's also my fiance's team.
Yeah, and your team. Am I just a really nice friend that when pain and suffering happens to my friends, I don't send a text about it to them gloating? I don't understand this activity. I couldn't believe it. Matt was the one who broke the news to me about Micah Parsons wanting a trade, but he did so in the meanest way and hurtful way possible. I couldn't believe
By
it.
just stating facts?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. He tweeted the link to Diana Rossini's story was saying football season is officially back.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. I expect that from John.
Josh was really triggered.
I was triggered. I don't ever do this to any of my friends, but then it makes me want to do it. And then I told Matt I promised him to do the same thing about the Yankees, and then I forgot. But then they lost in hilarious fashion that night. Did you see that game, Nick?
If there was ever karma, this was it. Because the same night that Matt was tweeting at Josh about the Micah Parsons saga, the Yankees, literally the 3 relief pitchers that they brought on, everyone was like, "Oh, are the Yankees going to get to close? They got so many closers. They're all great." Well, apparently they're not.
No.
So in the game against the Marlins, they were up like 9-2. They blew the lead. Jake Bird, the former Rocky, gave up 4 runs in 1/3 of an inning,
which is probably really good for him.
David Bednar, the former Pirate, gave up 2 runs in an inning and a third and lost the lead. And then Camilo Duvall was the losing pitcher, gave up 3 runs in a third of an inning. So these 3 brand new Yankees making their Yankee debut gave up 9 runs in almost 2 innings of combined work.
Incredible. Absolutely
and
incredible.
They proceeded to get swept by the Marlins.
Yeah.
Paige sent me a text and she's like, "Every person that we got from you guys, the Rockies, is trash." And I said, yes.
And you said, "It's not you guys anymore, dear. I'm a Yankees fan. Go Yankees."
Yesterday was Marv Levy's 100th birthday. He's 27 years older than Pete Carroll, the oldest active NFL coach. In other words, Marv is old enough to be Pete Carroll's father.
Congrats, Coach Levy. Still kicking at 100 years old.
That's cool. Do you want to live to be 100?
If I'm as successful as Marv Levy, then
Well, I mean, that's not the case. So.
Time's kind of running out. Actually, so that means, let's see, the Bills' Super Bowl runs were a little more than 30 years ago. He was in his late 60s.
Wow. So younger than Pete Carroll.
Yes, when they made those great runs in the early 90s.
I don't know if I want to live to 100. That's a long time. Because I always think, so people now call John old. We have 50 years of people calling you old. And then at some point you're like, really old. I don't know. I don't know if I want to live that old.
And you'd be wearing Depends for 50 years at that point.
Oh, John. Oh, poop in your diaper.
I'm not wearing Depends.
Saying Josh.
Why am I wearing Depends for 50 years?
Why not?
I guess hard
There's
to argue
nothing
with
wrong
that.
with incontinence, Josh. It happens.
Happy birthday to Marv. What a fun name. Do we still have Marvs?
I don't think so. I bet he also didn't say any weird things about 9/11 to his players.
Probably not.
His famous line is, "I don't know," what was it? "I don't know where you would rather be than right here, right now."
That's
that
a good
was
line.
His thing. And He was beloved. They sang happy birthday to him at the Hall of Fame ceremony this
Oh, that's
weekend.
exciting. Happy
So,
birthday,
Very
Marv.
cool. Very cool.
Speaking of guys,
Yeah.
remember Derek Dooley? The former Tennessee coach is following in the footsteps of Tom Osborne and Tommy Tuberville and announcing a run for federal office at U.S. Senator from Georgia. What are his chances of winning?
Well, I saw this tweet from Andy Staples, and it makes me think the chances are limited. If someone doesn't ask him in a debate why he signed 0 offensive linemen in the class of 2012, every Oppo research team should be fired.
That would be hilarious.
That's a good way to ask, like, look, you didn't solve that problem. How can we expect you to solve the problems of our state or our country?
Now, remember, though.
Is he a Republican or a Democrat?
Well, he's a Republican, which means he has to get the support of you-know-who.
Oh, yeah. Marjorie
remember,
Taylor Greene.
Yes, definitely. He's running from Georgia,
Yeah.
but he was the Tennessee coach. So he could say, well, but I helped Georgia by making Tennessee suck.
That's true. That's
which
always
is not a great way to defend yourself, but
yeah, I'm actually someone who's pretty apt to say that the former coach or player will win because people have. I mean, Tommy Tuberville, he's a center and he's in Alabama. They hate him because he coached at Auburn and he was able to do it. But when you're not from the state, or when you coached outside the state, rather, it can be a little more difficult.
now he does have the advantage. He is the son of the late Vince Dooley, the legendary Georgia coach.
That's
so that'll
true.
help him a little bit, but we all know that.
Nepotism?
Oh, yeah, definitely nepotism.
No.
I don't know if you know this, but there's a lot of people who follow in their father's or mother's footsteps into their chosen endeavor.
Yeah, Nick, you could have a son or a daughter someday, and they could be a producer of Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
That would be wild.
It would be pretty crazy.
You with your Depends and being 100 years old.
I ain't doing this till I'm 100 years old.
Without nepotism, we wouldn't have had Al Unser Jr. or Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Oh,
or
interesting.
Don Trump Jr.
I do like Dale Earnhardt Jr.
So there you go. Nick likes nepotism.
Thank you, nepotism.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, fellas, I hope you took advantage of the nice weather this weekend because the piece of the brick just went up. The price of the brick
Price
just
of the
went
brick.
up.
You never heard that expression, Nick?
No.
Price of the brick just went up?
I've never heard
That's
that
an
one.
old expression.
I guess you're not a fan of The Wire.
It's like cows peeing on flat rocks.
That's what you said.
No, John said that.
Oh,
and
I
I never
thought you
understood
did.
it.
That's right. You got triggered by
Remember,
it.
I only saw the first season of The Wire because the first couple episodes of the second season didn't do it for me.
Sad.
Anyway,
It was okay.
low temps will reach the 70s again starting on Wednesday with Thursday's low approaching 80. Did you have fun this weekend?
Oh, this weekend was fun. The weather was gorgeous.
It was awesome.
Though
Yeah.
yesterday I
was a
decided
little
in the
windy
middle of the
yesterday.
afternoon, I need to get my walk in, and I thought all the rain was gone, and I was wrong. So it rained almost the whole time.
no.
It wasn't
That's
like a
bummer.
hard rain, but it was just enough to, when you got home, your t-shirt was soaked.
Ooh, wet t-shirt contest.
Wet t-shirt contest,
Contest.
which will be in hour 5 of the Bishop Severe Husker overnight show.
We're calling it the Perv Game Show.
It was a good weekend. It was a really good weekend. I spent last night in preparation for, John, this is an old school you and me debate, in honor of a director's new movie that's coming out this week that I'm seeing with my best pal. I watched his first movie, which is called Barbarian, which is a horror movie, and it's available on Netflix. His new movie is called Weapons, and it will be available in the movie theaters. So I watched that last night and had a great time. Also, my wife let me watch Mr. Robot instead of baseball on Friday, so I wasn't bored out of my mind.
Yeah, but technically you were watching baseball because it was on the other two
That's
TVs.
when I saw the Yankees biff it. And so, because she was laughing so hard, I was like, okay, I have to glance up. I've seen this episode of Mr. Robot. It was a good weekend.
Yeah.
We're trying to get all sorts of activities in before, things change. Also, the diaper keg was great. There were cookies there that were incredible. They reminded me a little bit of what our friend Eli Vetrell does with the Kookaburra cookies. They were really nice and thick.
Ooh, I like
Very
a thick
tasty.
cookie.
Did they make you want to fill a diaper after you ate them?
No, they did not. They did not, Sean.
We need to stop making fun of Josh and his diapers.
I don't
Sorry,
have
Josh.
diapers. Do not put it on the internet that I
I
have
mean, you
diapers.
did go to a diaper keg. You never did say who it was for.
That's true. I guess I did not say that it
This
was
is actually Josh's diaper.
And Depends are expensive too, guys.
That's true. Oh, they're probably really pricey.
Yeah.
Diapers are expensive. Everyone was making jokes to the to the soon-to-be parents about how, yeah, you see all those diapers over there? Those will last you like a week.
Do you think diapers need to be that expensive, or do you think these companies just mark it up as much as they do because they know that people need them?
I think you've answered your
That's
own
kind
question.
of messed up.
Yeah, that's how life works, Nick. Yeah.
See, Josh doesn't want to know the price. He doesn't want people telling him the price.
Don't tell Josh about the price of diapers.
Actually, yeah, don't tweet at me the price of diapers. I don't care. I will mute you. I will mute your ass.
Is that what it's going to take? Finally. All right, coming up, it's What's for Dinner, and we wrap up this Monday Grum on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Now, Josh would have been only half triggered by yesterday's dinner because it was roast beef, but it was more a beef roast. It was cooked to
Medium rare?
To medium, yes.
All right, that's better than it could
It's a
have
little
been.
chewier than it needs to be. It's not like a pot roast. It was more
Did
like
you have
a
cooked carrots with it?
No, we had mashed potatoes, gravy, carrots, and Brussels sprouts.
So you did have carrots.
Oh, not carrots, corn. I said corn.
Oh, man, that sounds like a meal, except for the roast beef.
Sounds
But
delicious.
Saturday, I had never tried chard before.
Oh,
that
do they
place
have
is
one in
good.
Lincoln now?
Yes, there's one over at the mall.
Oh, congrats.
You like it?
And it was very
Yeah,
good.
I like chard a lot.
I do
It
too.
was
I haven't
very
been in
good.
a while.
My wife and I went recently.
I had the
like a month ago.
jalapeno popper burger. It had the cream cheese and the
Yes.
jalapenos. But then we split a order of the loaded cheese fries, which also had the jalapenos on it. The jalapenos were a little spicy because they leave the seeds in, and that's where all the heat comes from. But it was very good.
Chard is
I was impressed. I didn't know. I thought it was a chain, but it's only it's a local chain.
They just started expanding. The one on 132nd and Pacific was the first one, and there's now one out on like 180th, I think, is when the second one is at in Omaha. I didn't know they were in Lincoln. Very cool.
Yeah, it's at the mall.
In-laws coming over tonight. We are having chicken fettuccine Alfredo, I believe Brussels sprouts, and garlic knots.
Oh, yum.
Yeah, it's going to be a dinner tonight.
Last night we got sushi ahead of the ghost show that we went to. We had steak and steak fries for lunch. It was delicious.
It's steak and steak. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Well, potato wedges. I don't know why I said steak fries. Tonight, some kind of pasta. Don't know what kind of pasta.
The pasta boys. What are you having tonight?
I have no
idea. All right.
I don't know.
It's your Friday tomorrow. Are you going to have a one beer Tuesday, John?
Oh, John.
No, because we got a busy show tomorrow. We got
We have a
Farron,
busy show every day.
We
forever.
got Brunts. We got SIP. We got another training camp update. And our team tomorrow is.
Finding Nick's email. Nick, when did you send the
I had
email?
this-
What day of the week was
Friday.
that?
It was late Friday.
It was late
Or it
Friday.
might have been Saturday morning.
Let's see.
I knew this answer this morning.
I looked at it this morning
I also looked at it this morning. Whoops.
Our guest is. Wow, I've gotten too many emails. All right, well, I don't know. But it'll be somebody tomorrow.
It's a team.
Our guest for tomorrow is Pete Sampson of
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Well, he's of the Athletic.
Yeah, covers
but
Notre Dame. He's
covers
been
Notre
covering Notre Dame for a long time. Pete knows the Irish very well. Awesome. Nice get, Nick. That'll be fun. Nick is 11 for 11 right now. Can he make it a perfect dozen? We'll find out tomorrow at
A time.
A
Sometime
time.
between
I don't
2 and
remember.
6 Central.
I'm sorry.
Tuesdays are so busy.
3:50.
Tuesdays are very busy.
All right, perfect. That'll be great.
So have a great Monday, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. After hours is after us, which is
Nice.
next.
John, have a great night.
And you too.
Nick, have a great night.
Hey, you too.
Bye.